There we go. We just got a new weapon. So, an extra socket. What is going on? They're just beating the shit out of me until I'm dead. Ooh, a breach. Here we go. Good old breach right there. Test the new weapon. Frozen? Wait for the stun. He's stunned, he's dead. Close PoE. So this is what I was talking about earlier.
Are you smoking?
No.
Oh, and it's a perfect time. I think one's in here.
Why, are you smoking?
I think one just joined us.
What?
Like graphic designers or scammers that are trying to get you to pay for their art. Yeah, okay, look at this. The checkpoint is inside of this rock. You blocked them. And there's another one. Visit DogeHype.com today and climb the Twitch rankings with ease, whether you're just starting out or looking to take your stream to the next level. DogeHype has the tools you need to succeed. No, it doesn't. You're fucking idiot. And as always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. See if we can buy a new body piece, because the body is the only thing at the moment that we need to replace. Easy, bitch. The Faradun shall fall! Oh shit, I got hit by that. That was bad. I think we're good. We're gonna stun him. He's dead. Dead. I didn't even get to the hard one and it's still trying to fucking kill me with fucking RNG. Like, he shouldn't be able to do that. So bullshit. And I forgot to charge. Oh my god, and I jumped out of it. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! It is what it is. Let's get her done. New character. We got the Sorceress going now. And we're gonna do it as a no trade. Alright, here we go. Let's see how we can do the Miller. If he's gonna be a hard fight or not.
Your sickness controls him.
Ooh. Oh god. Oh, perfect timing to stun him. Oh god. Nice. Yeah, just do this one last thing and then I'll give you everything that you promised. Oh, I'm sorry, just do this one last thing and then I'll give you everything that I promised. Oh, please, just do this one last thing and then I'll give you everything that I promised. Oh, please, just do this one last thing and then I'll give you the power. I swear, I'll give you the power if you just do this one tiny last thing. Feed this soul to the beast. And then afterwards, feed yourself to the beast. He's not doing the thing. Man, he didn't do the thing where he does like the mist. Oh man, I thought I was gonna die there. Laura Jordan, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the follow, good sir. How is it going? We're trying our first challenge run because we got bored. So we're and Fireball's not till level 31. So we're like, well, let's just use staff skills and see how good staff skills are. Because I remember freezing shard being really good when I was using it on my witch. And yeah, it is really good. We just need a better wand. What level are we? 18? We could use the other wand with the level 6 skill, but this is a level 9 skill right now. Do you play Path of Exile, Laura? Let me guess. You're a graphic designer, and you want me to buy your art. Is going good, by the way? Yes, it is going good. You are first follow of the day. That's good. Dead. Full charge up? Oh my god, that's insane. It only did 400 damage. Because, like, none of the fireballs hit. So close. Okay, I just need to kill him. Holy shit. Yeah, this character's borked though. Fuck it. I'm done with it. I tried. Insert 3 fates to unlock the door to the Trailmaster? What are fates? Yo, yo, yo! Welcome, welcome! We are back at it! For another day, boys! I'm fucking sick as balls, so we'll see how today goes. Took some fucking cold medicine, but we'll see how it goes. I don't know how much my voice is gonna hold out, so at that point we'll just fucking play Monster Hunter. to fucking Showcase was released. I don't know if anyone saw that. So fucking stoked for that. That's gonna be sick. The Grand Hub, Mitsutsune, and what's the fucking, not Jin Daha, but the other one, the Sophia or whatever it is. The big guy you actually get to fight in an actual quest. What was the other thing they added? Oh, like a mini game idea in that was cool, like barrel bowling. That sounds really cool. Oh, and by the way, welcome Levi. How's it going, brother? It's like I never get sick except in October, except my coworker was sick and he got me sick. I was kind of sick yesterday, but holy fuck, man, today was brutal. It's like barely breathe. But that's how she goes. Smoking doesn't help, but you know me. We don't stop. Whoa. Alright. Today, magic systems and power scaling. Because it kind of does get out of control. Because it goes from like pretty basic sword on sword, and then scales to celestial beings. So there's a large gap in there, so let's see how it holds up.
So your main character is a wizard. Let's call him Graham. Graham the wizard who likes cats, and throughout his story he's going to grow in magical power. He starts off pulling bunnies out of hats, not a hugely useful combat ability, and he's going to end up shooting lightning bolts from his fingertips instead of bunnies. His abilities are going to escalate, and it's the writer's job to make that escalation believable and avoid some of the many pitfalls. So let's take Graham the wizard who likes cats on a journey and discuss character arc aligned power escalation, escalation intention, power creep, power ceilings, incomparables, and character challenges. And today's video is brought to you by my magical patrons. If you want to see more of this kind of writing and world building content, then please do consider supporting me down at the link below. Plus, one new patron who signs up this month will win a copy of On Writing and World Building Signed, which compiles a whole bunch of this kind of stuff into a easy to reference, easy to read book. Thank you, I'll see you on the Patreon Discord. The first common way that writers handle power escalation is by integrating it with character arcs. This trope goes way back to stories like only the true, noble, and honest King Arthur is able to pull the sword out of the stone. It is everywhere that gaining abilities or mastering certain technologies requires specific character traits, such as in Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archives, where the characters of Dalinar and Kaladin slowly attain new abilities like those of the mystical order called the Knights Radiant, but they can only do so in accepting and living up to certain moral ideals. Kaladin gains new abilities when he accepts that protecting others means he should even protect those that he hates. This technique usually means that power escalation aligns with the growth of your characters, and this can be a really great way to not only ensure that character development is always front and center in your story, but that abilities feel earned. Part of power escalation is giving weight and meaning to gaining new abilities, and here overcoming obstacles means overcoming personal issues. The flow of the tension in the story becomes more cohesive because the internal and external conflicts are fundamentally connected. And some writers don't just do this to give external conflicts emotional weight, but also to manifest internal conflicts in a really visceral way. Legend of Korra actually has some amazing imagery in this, in her dealing with PTSD. And part of this strategy is structural. Stories that use character arc aligned power escalation will usually mean that failure to defeat the antagonist or master certain abilities is caused by or happens at the same time as failures in one's character evolution.
And I think of this as like, how would you say it? like the scientific understandings of the world, right? It's like earning the next power level is that fundamental understanding. So searching for that understanding through knowledge and practice. But you also have to consider that most of the characters are like basically already level 80. So how do you reconcile the higher level characters teaching the lower level characters, even though the lower level characters are not as integral to the story? But that's only because you're seeing the story from Husai's eyes as a character. And to him, his old adventuring friends are, you know, his lifetime friends, whereas like most of these people are just party members that he's picked up along the way because they're like they know, for instance, with like Walker, Hildebrandt, and Yapt, it's like they've been hunting tracks of the dragon, and for like the last 4 years they've been essentially, their mission has been trying to track down any idea of the Beastmen gathering in secret, and they're kind of like, you know, government agents hidden among the adventurers, you could think of, because they run directly to Gluttony, who is basically the second leader of the Adventurers Guild, because if it's not deemed by Gluttony to be worthy enough to go to the tree, it goes into the archive, and that like keeps things not so backed up in the tree, so everything can be like set up for people who want to become adventurers. So it's super easy for you to become an adventurer because of like the logistical paperwork and everything for it is super easy. So it's like becoming an adventurer is extremely easy. Well, sorry, becoming a journeyman is extremely easy, right? And then becoming an adventurer, or maybe it's like, I still don't know what the vocabulary is going to be, but it's going to be a knight squire system, whatever that relationship winds up being. But kind of the idea of understanding yourself will also help with magic, because understanding yourself will be like, okay, well, what do I think of as my limitations? Like, what do I think of, you know, the percentage of things that I consider matter more? Does the chanting matter more? Does the imagery matter more? Does the connection to Gaia matter more? Does the movement matter more? And that's all perspective of the character. And for Husai, it's the understanding is the most important. And that's why he can basically, like, cast magic. Well, it looks like he's, you know, using a VR tool or something like that. Whereas most other people, it's like this, like, kind of like song and dance of materials. And, like, throwing materials around and shit, or having shit, like, pre-set up. It's a big part of spells, is having, like, if you want to do, like, a really large spell, it's, like, it's not necessarily the cast time itself, it's the preparation time to set up the things that you would need as catalysts to make it so you could minimize the amount of MP that you used when you were casting spells. So, for instance, like, if you were like really good at fire and you wanted to do lightning, right? And you just couldn't get the hang of injecting the idea of lightning into your mind, and you just keep coming out with like this really odd plasma fire, but you just can't get lightning. It's like, where, at what point do you consider scaling off of whatever you're at, if you know what I mean? Like this isn't working, let's try something else, right? I think that's like the best way to go about it. But I'm not sure as far as most other characters besides Husai. because you don't really get into the head of the other characters. You're only getting into the head of Husai, and just the dialogue with the other characters gives Husai the inference about those characters. But that's where like the inconsistency in it is almost Husai's biases. And it's like, if you can go back and you can look at the biases of Husai, you can pick out those inconsistencies between the interactions of characters and himself. And it gives this more dynamic prospect towards it, right? Where you can feel like you're getting inside of the other characters' minds because you understand Husai's mind. And Husai feels like he understands their minds. And then having that be like stark contrast to what reality is, like with the way that Hildebrandt sees him until he sits down and talks to her about the nature of the world and everything. And then it kind of changes her perspective about how she sees him. And because, like I said, she sees him almost as this old man who's running away from his responsibilities to try and live the dreams of his youth. And it's like when he finally describes to her, like, basically what he's been going through, and she finally understands, she's like, holy shit, he's not trying to live his glory days. He knows his glory days are over, but he's trying to show people that even though your glory days are over, you can still be of use. And it's like, through that character understanding, Husai, like, unlocks something inside of himself, right? Like, a new way to observe the world, essentially. And stop thinking about it as, like, him being alone because he's the only human. You know? Like, it's kind of getting over this feeling of inadequacy for yourself and a longing for something that you'll never find. And it's like, you just have to give up on that. It's not worth your time to pursue it. Move on to something else. And that's where it's like, Husai is very complicated in the aspects of his combat, let's say, because he's an extremely well-trained, and throughout, like, the very beginning of the story, like, he's going to start working out again and stuff like that, and he's going to be noticeable to other characters that he's, like, getting bigger, because he's getting his body mass back, because he's gone from being, like, a two-handed, like, warrior frontliner to a mage, to a book jockey, to a politician, to an adventurer again. So he's trying to rebuild his muscle and regain the strength that he has with his sword. I'm just thinking about, like, in chapter 3 when he confronts himself and he has to fight himself, or like the mirror image of himself, and it's like the idea of overcoming yourself as well, where it's like unlocking new powers in that desperate, dire moment. Bringing more out of yourself than you're capable of, essentially, or you believe that you're capable of.
For example, Zuko finds himself unable to generate lightning in Avatar: The Last Airbender, and Iroh attributes this to him being unable to resolve the emotional turmoil inside of him, choosing between good and evil. But it is not as simple as giving a power-up to your characters whenever they become a better person, like the universe hands out Good Samaritan coupons, although maybe, to be fair, maybe...
No, it's an understanding of themselves that evolves how they interact with their powers. So it's like a two-way street, where they're gaining more powers, but they're only gaining more powers because of their understanding of themselves allows them to see a different perspective about a piece of knowledge that unlocks a new ability, essentially.
Your universe does that. Who am I to say? This is because allowing characters to fail in using powers at crucial points in the narrative is important, because just like moral struggles and failures throughout the story are what make their eventual growth at the end all the more empowering, failure to use parts of the power system are what make their eventual mastery so satisfying. This is especially true if failure has major consequences for their emotional journey.
Or physical consequences, such as completely damaging yourself if you go too hard on something. And it's like, and then that just breaks your concentration on the spell and just breaks the spell overall. So you have to have a fine understanding of what your limits are. And when you push your limits, that's when you have to use your mind and basically sacrifice your body. But you have to have the strength of will in order to maintain the connection that you have with the magic while you're in that pain and the knowing of it taking from you. And I think of it as the idea of, like, if you light yourself on fire, but as soon as you think, oh, I don't want to be on fire anymore, you're not on fire anymore. But that's the spell being taken out. So it's like, if in those critical moments, if you want to use something that's beyond your power and sacrifice your, like, physical self for it in some way, you still have to have the mental capacity in order to endure whatever is happening to you and the pain that you're receiving, on top of keeping the magic alive as well. Because breaking the concentration will stop escalating whatever pain has already happened, but whatever pain has already happened, like if you have a broken finger or something like that, it's like it's already broken, you're fucked. But it's like it's not going to break another finger. It's not like you're just instantly don't feel any pain anymore. It's like bits and pieces of your body are broken because of the strain that you've put on them. That's usually in, like, if you would think of mana as like a barrier around you, and the more that you use it, the more it, like, the pressure that it puts on you, and then it can, like, crush you, but it's more inverted to the point that it makes you explode. So you can have, like, bits and pieces of your bones explode out of your fingers or your wrists or your, you know, whatever bone. That's, like, usually the most dominant part of whatever the physical motion you're going through to control the magic is. So I don't think it's so much failing magic as it is, like, if you were to cast a protect spell and then someone hit against that protect spell really hard, it would drain more mana from you. So it's like having persistent buffs on is a huge issue for, like, supports and stuff like that, because you have to know exactly when to let it down and only take, like, little bits of the brunt of force and stuff like that. So it's very intricate using support and backup magic and enhancing magic and stuff like that. It's a lot more complicated than just interacting with the basic elements of the world, such as, like, heat and wind and lightning and fire and ice, water, that kind of stuff.
Though, character arc-aligned power escalation is sometimes inverted, where power escalation is actually a failure of character. Consider Meliodas in Seven Deadly Sins, who holds the ability to counter any attack thrown at him, and has virtually unlimited power at his fingertips, should he give into hatred and rage. These sorts of stories, often featuring overpowered characters or characters with somewhat uncontrollable magic, allow the author to explore a unique tension between gaining the ability to defeat the antagonist and remaining a good person, or even human. It's a thematic idea that power costs your humanity, and their character arc is often focused around overcoming the temptation of power and finding a new way to defeat the antagonist. Another example of this is where becoming a better person...
That's where it's like, I think Avatar: The Last Airbender had one of the best endings ever because of the way that it ended. It was so perfect, so justice, and it had even been set up in the storyline that it was possible to do. And I never saw it coming. And the fight was so great as well. It wasn't like they just did that. It wasn't like the Galbatorix death ending. It was so fucking justified. Like, the best... What should have happened at the end was Aragorn should have cast a spell in Galbatorix that made it so he couldn't use magic. And then that just turns all of the Eldenari into useless crystals. Like, that would have been a way better way of doing it. And then you would have gotten the justice with Galbatorix, because you could have put him through a trial and literally put him in jail for his crimes, and he's a weak, old, decrepit man now. It's like, that's a way better way of ending it than just like, oh, he blew up because he didn't want... He blew himself up because he didn't want to have to deal with the pain. It's like, okay, that's dumb.
actually depowers them.
Taking away your bending, oh, it's so justified. It's so beautiful.
Character. Like Zuko loses the ability to firebend when he lets go of his rage and hatred which previously fueled it, and they have to find a new way to gain power. And where normal power escalation where the character grows in power as they grow as a person doesn't usually affect their relationships too much, the power escalation in these kinds of stories is given narrative weight by seeing how it affects the relationships of the protagonist and how they view themselves. Because
Only it's like, instead of this, it's the opposite way. It's where people view Husai almost as an arrogant, an arrogant man trying to push his outdated ideas on people that know better than him. Because you gotta think, he hasn't been an adventurer for like 50 years. So like the shit that they do now is completely fucking different. So he's like trying to give advice to people and stuff, and they're like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Have you been on... It'd be like someone trying to lecture you on how to use Windows XP. And you're like, bro, who the fuck uses Windows XP? Get Windows 11, bro. Windows 10. Get up to date with the times. And they see it as like a negative thing towards him. Whereas when characters start to open up to him more, because of his like ability to basically get people to let their guard down, they start to see that he is a lot more than he appears. And that gives the like characters start to then gain respect for him as opposed to like rolling their eyes at him. And half of that is also like his way that he interacts with the Viceroy. But that to me is like how I am. Like that's kind of a self-insert on my part. Like how I talk to people and interact with people on a like ideal level. Like if, like for instance, that guy who came in like a couple days ago or whatever and said all that shit about Gaza, and then we were having a conversation about stuff. It's like to be able to de-escalate people and get them to think about things rationally and in a not necessarily positive but productive way is something that Husai is really good at. So him like actually spending time and sitting down with the characters absolutely changes their perspective towards him.
Because it's usually in a negative way, becoming a...
And it's like he's never actually showing like his full power, because he is just like the Monarch in the way that the Monarch has the power of anima, which is basically infinite magic. Husai is the same way, but he doesn't tap into that and he doesn't use that. It's kind of like it's the boil over point inside of him that he has to get to in order to access that level of power. And the only time that ever happens is at the end of the book, after he's basically been trained by Gaia to use her power. Because he doesn't even know that this is a capability that he has. But it's because he is like genetically modified in a specific way.
Great source of internal and relational tension. And I feel like there's a lot to kind of mine there that we haven't seen in fantasy stories yet. And while character arc-aligned power escalation has its benefits, it will not fit for every story. Extremely hard power systems tend to stay away from aligning with character arcs because emotions and character traits aren't strictly definable or predictable, really quantifiable. If handled badly...
Which is why that, like, the magic system is, like, very, very hard magic system in the rule set, but that's like saying consciousness has a rule set and imagination has a limit. It's like the creation of or the addition of spell materials into casting spells was a natural evolution of the understanding of how magic works and how you can... It's preferable to manipulate what's already there than to create something on its own. To create something on its own takes a lot of mana. But to manipulate something that is already there takes a very little amount of mana. So, causing small reactions and then adding a physical material to manifest that reaction and then controlling what comes of that is a much better way of casting magic. But there are some people that just have such a massive mana pool, it's like there's no point in going through the tediousness of learning that when, you have all this power, all this mana. And then you get that character to sit down with another character and learn, see how they interact with magic, and they see it from a completely different perspective, and now they're like, okay, well, I'll use magic material, or, catalyst materials now, because I fully understand where it comes from. And it goes from them being able to cast, a Fire 4 spell, to them being able to cast 100 Fire 4 spells. And it's this small change in how they interact with the magic system completely changes how powerful they actually are. And it's Kaioken times 10 while you're Super Saiyan. It's you're just adding all of these layers of multiplications of different things in order to get an accentuated outcome from it. And it's just insane what people can do when they master that kind of thing. And that's basically what ancient magic is it's fully converted, even though it's it can't really be called ancient magic because magic is only 600 years old. So it's they're still understanding and developing magic. So it's that's why the magic system I want it to feel like it's evolving through the understanding of it throughout the book, because it is in a very infant stage of understanding to the people, because it hasn't been around for thousands of years. It's only been around for 600, and people have only been really using it in a combat situation for 250, 300 years. So it's not a long time to get a full grasp and understanding of how it actually works. That's why there's so many different ways that people basically assemble a circuit that is magic. And that confuses a lot of people as to what's the true way to cast magic. Well, there really isn't a true way. The true way is the way that you do it. That's all that it is.
Sadly, the escalation in power can amount to these tropish scenarios where Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats succeeds because
#the power of friendship.
or just getting really angry and yelling louder than his opponent. Here's looking at you, Dragon Ball Z. Overall, it's a more useful technique for soft power systems. If you wish to have a power system where the only factor is how creative and intelligent a character is in using it, then incorporating character elements is going to undermine the dramatic tension that you're going for. And that's totally fine. It's not going to fit for your story. That's not a problem. You can still have really powerful character arcs. And there's a lot to be said for emotional beats of a story that stand on their own, that don't need that sort of propping up. And where authors don't want to do this, it mostly comes down to two principles: predictability and consistency. Two principles that make powers logical and believable as they grow in the story, however they gain them. I will refer you to my series on hard magic systems because I kind of talk through this for the entirety of the video, and this is specifically about power escalation. But basically make sure that evolutions in your power system are predictable and consistent. That's what makes them feel earned in a hard magic system. But let's talk about two: escalation and tension. It's almost universally true for the power system to escalate as the tension escalates. This allows Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats to face bigger stakes, do grander things, and defeat more dangerous threats as the story progresses.
Leveling up.
It's completely natural in both a single book or a series of books. Consider Lev Grossman's Magician series. The first book has Quentin and other characters using moderate magical abilities to take down the Beast, a creature killing students. The second book scales up the stakes and their powers as they face old gods who have returned to get rid of magic. and the third does this yet again, scaling up these stakes and their powers with the entirety of the magical world about to be destroyed, and the characters having to learn bigger and more fantastical spells to resolve the plot, like literally recreating the magical world. It's really fascinating to see what the magic system is capable of, and whether throughout a single book or a series, scaling up these stakes, the threat, and escalating the power system with it is exciting. To a point. Some writers fall into the trap of thinking that because either each story in a series or the arc of their single book is continually bigger, better, bolder, stronger, faster, #more, with continually grander displays of the power system, that it will be more exciting and emotionally investing. But no, of course not. This is called power creep, and it's when power escalation eclipses story and undermines narrative tension. One reason for this is stakes.
Well, it's kind of the other way around, because it's like the situation forces the escalation, because you're going from fighting, like, the hardest thing you've ever fought was like a 10-foot Malboro and a 40-foot dragon. And now you're dealing with tanks, airplanes, like jets, helicopters, like modern warfare technology, and a dragon that's the size of multiple cities. And it's like, oh, okay, well, we're fucked now. And that's where it's like you feel like the characters are super powerful until you realize that they're not. And then it's like, oh shit, we've got something even bigger and stronger and more fucked up. Then, you had to train and do everything, get all your new equipment, get all your new stuff, power up, and then go back and then find out that, no, you can't actually defeat this thing, but you've gained its attention and now it's told you a story. And now you're intrigued on its side, and now you're going in the opposite direction you were before. And then scaling up to there, like fighting your way back into the tree and the fanatics and everything like that. Because I think by that point in time, they've pretty much taken over the tree. And it's like the idea of, it doesn't matter how many they start with, but the only thing that it takes for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing. And yeah, they're just lazy assholes that don't do anything. And most of the political structure is more ingrained in, who started the war? Did the adventurers start the war? Did the beastmen start the war? How long has this been going on? But it's like, it doesn't matter who started the war. The war is happening. Fix the problem, right? And they're just not doing that. And it's causing people to get more and more and more fanatical until they're just rioting in the streets in the tree. And it's like, by the time the heroes come back to the tree to confront the monarch, they basically have to sweep all of this shit out of their way in order to get there. And it's like the monarch has prepped this as his, human shield to defend him against, Husai and everyone else. But then the power creep at the end, when you focus with, fighting the monarch and then losing to the monarch, and then realizing that even, the reason why the monarch is so powerful is because of celestial beings, and then learning about celestial beings at the beginning of the second book escalates it even more. But it's all driven by story, not the actual creep itself. But you have to go from killing a Malboro to killing a god.
Is exponentially growing stakes to match the power escalation. Book 1, Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats is concerned because we have to save this family. Book 2, Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats is concerned because this entire city will be destroyed. Book 3, Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats is concerned because this entire planet will be destroyed. At some point, readers just stop caring because we have no real grasp of that kind of scale. In Artemis Fowl the Last Guardian, the possible loss of Butler, a character that we have known for 8 books now in the climax, has more emotional weight than the possibility of the world ending. And this is especially true.
And that's why you get to really, really know the world. And you get to feel for the world. And you get to know that Gaia is the world by traveling across it and gathering all of Husai's ex-comrades, ex-adventurer buddies. Because you're going to basically every biome in every part of the world, to the greatest cities of those areas, and interacting with everything. So you're learning and falling in love with the world itself as the adventure is happening. So then you get this feeling that, oh, this world that I'm falling in love with is actually sentient, and then you put that at risk, and that gives the reader even more incentive to follow along with the story, because they need to know what the conclusion is.
True if this kind of scale is used over and over again in a series, which continual power...
Which it only happens 3 times. In 2 books, it happens 3 times. I think that's pretty decent.
escalation tends to lead to, because the writer thinks that they could easily solve small problems now. A second reason is immersion. There is a lot of power escalation in Sanderson's Mistborn series, but it never loses the foundational rules and framework that made it unique and immersive in The Final Empire, the first book. Skilled people doing very smart things with the Elementic magic system. In contrast, shonen anime like Naruto are often criticized for losing what made their original stories unique
True.
and immersive, with characters shooting energy blasts into the moon, and the strategy and ninja training that used to be at the core of the show hardly even mattering anymore. And where
Yo.
Sanderson's narrative remained immersive because the escalation of elementic powers always felt possible within the world from the beginning, steep power escalation risks losing immersion and a degree of what made the original story special, especially if some of the nuances of the magic system are lost for the sake of grander abilities. And this is why power ceilings are important, establishing the magnitude to which your power system can go early in the story. In the Wachowskis' The Matrix, the power
Which is kind of what we do with titling. In the very first chapter, you see how powerful you can actually get, or how powerful you think you can actually get. And you know that you can get even more powerful than them because those characters get wiped out. So you're like, there's something even bigger and badder. So it definitely sets everything up right at the beginning. And that's why I wanted the first chapter to be like the idea of the tutorial at the beginning of the game when you're like level 80 or level 90 and you have all the skills unlocked and it shows you what the potential of the actual game is. In this case, it shows you the potential of the magic system and the combat system.
ceiling was established using the antagonists, the agents, with one very specific and clear ability.
Dodge bullets.
This was the peak of one's abilities within the Matrix, and it's what we knew Neo could be heading towards. Power ceilings not only help powers feel earned though, because the escalation didn't come out of nowhere, but it helps the story remain immersive because you don't undermine the rules you created as the
True.
power system escalates. Of course, necessarily, don't break this power ceiling, which is exactly what the Matrix sequels did, as well as Season 2 of Legend of Korra. Korra had already mastered all 4 elements and the Avatar state by the end of Season 1 out of 4. This was the power ceiling, and then... fighting the embodiment of chaos with the laser beams. This was a bizarre fight that was difficult to care about, and this led to the aforementioned criticisms, losing some of what made the original story special for the sake of spectacle because they think they have to do this to raise tension.
No, it's just like the power of Fafnir. It's like the main characters never gain that kind of like scope. But the fact that there's enough characters, that's why there's so many characters. Because it's like ants overcoming, you know, this giant beast. It's like the more of you that you have, you can put your power together in different ways and multiply your power in different ways that can take advantages of the weaknesses of your enemies. So it's like, even at the beginning when they're fighting the Emerald Weapon, the size and scale difference between the adventurers and what they're fighting, which is a mechanical, technological marvel of the time, because it's one of the 4 pieces of the weapon that brought the moon out of the sky. So it's like the most powerful thing, and they still managed defeating it. But then they still die to Fafnir.
Though I am happy to say that the writers of Korra recognized this, for the most part. In contrast, Rayman Feist's Rift War Saga worked because despite massive power escalation with fireballs in the first book and fighting ancient dragon gods in the third book, it established a power ceiling with Macross the Black, and Feist stuck to it, so it wasn't surprising that by the third book we were at that level that we had briefly seen before.
Yeah.
And it's here we get to the heart of the issue. How do you maintain or continue building tension when the author does not wish the power system to escalate anymore? Say the author wants characters to become as
My
powerful
solution
as
to
they-
that is through different characters. Like the Warriors of Light, specifically.
will ever be partway through the book. Maybe Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats reaches his peak by the end of the second act, just like Ged in Ursula Le Guin's A Wizard of Earthsea. What then? The assumption is that because the greatest tension is at this point in the story, then their powers must escalate continually till
No,
that
that's
point.
not true.
Otherwise, they would be powerful enough to resolve the plot, right?
No.
Well, no.
That's where knowledge comes in, right? And that's like the nuance of it that allows you to keep this power scaling but increase the tension to a point where it doesn't feel like this power scaling is enough. But then you gain a knowledge that doesn't increase this power scaling but decreases this through simple knowledge and understanding, and like not understanding a weakness of your enemy and thinking that they're all powerful and all this, and then you find that one thing, you know, their power is this one rock that you have to destroy. Or it's like Superman, where it's like, oh, all you need is a piece of his home planet.
Or a second scenario would be an ongoing series. The assumption is that because Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats needs to become more powerful than Villain 1 to defeat them in the first book, thus, to maintain tension, Villain 2 must be more powerful than Villain 1.
What do you mean? That's more knowledge. It's like you could have a villain who's not that strong, but knows how to use the knowledge that they have to affect what they want. Like a really weak mage raising an undead army to fight for him, right? It's like the mage himself isn't that powerful, but the things that he summons are.
And then Graham must become more powerful than Villain 2. Ad infinitum. Otherwise, Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats could resolve the plot instantly, right? Well, once again, no. We'll talk through two primary techniques which address this, and are arguably most effective when they're used together. Incomparables and character challenges. Firstly, incomparables. Incomparables are abilities that don't work on the same scale as the protagonist. In Marvel's Jessica Jones series, the protagonist has super strength, and each of the 3 seasons are self-contained stories with new antagonists in each arc. In the first series, Jones has to face down against a man who can force others to do anything with just his voice. Second season, she faces down against a family member with the same powers as her, and in the third season, the antagonist isn't even powered. He's just an extraordinarily cunning serial killer. Of these 3 powers, only one exists on the same scale as the protagonist, and they weren't even technically an antagonist. The tension dynamic and obstacles to
See?
taking down someone
True.
who can mind control are vastly different to taking down a manipulative, cunning serial killer with the law on his side. Despite no escalation in Jones's powers, with her being essentially as strong as she ever will be right from the start, tension is steadily maintained because Villain 3 isn't stronger than Villain 2 or Villain 1. They just pose a different challenge
True.
for Jessica Jones.
True.
The obstacles our hero faces are incomparable, and even if she does get stronger as the story goes, beating Kilgrave in Season 1 does not make her automatically equipped to defeat Salinger in Season 3. Incomparables mean that the threat an antagonist poses does not have to be measured against the previous antagonist, and a protagonist's powers escalating even to their highest point does not mean they're automatically stronger than the person with that incomparable ability. Patrick
True.
Rothfuss is the author of Name of the Wind, the Kingkiller Chronicles, which involve Kvothe continually becoming more powerful within the magic system across the books. In talking about handling power creep, he said, Kvothe learns things and becomes slightly more powerful, but he solves all of his problems not through the application of power, but because he's clever.
True.
And if you're clever once, you have to be clever again. There's constant tension. And it's this
True.
idea that is really at the heart of stories that use incomparables. Attaining power alone won't defeat the antagonist, because the powers of your protagonist and your antagonist are not on the same scale.
Yeah.
They've got to have something else, like maybe the hashtag power of friendship. Secondly, character challenges. In a similar way to how incomparable abilities mean that power
This would be like the death of Zayd.
escalation doesn't really matter, creating antagonists who challenge the protagonist in a personal way does the same thing. The Joker of Nolan's The Dark Knight is arguably the weakest antagonist that Batman faces, and
Yep.
the stakes are even the smallest in his story. It's just 2 boatloads of people compared to a whole city. But it's arguably the most tense of the trilogy. Power escalation matters little here because the tension of the story is derived from moral choices that Batman is repeatedly forced to make, no matter how powerful he becomes. Not that Batman has powers, like Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats. As mentioned before though, these 2 strategies are best used together, an antagonist whose abilities require them to not just be powerful, but smart, and they challenge them in a personal way. One example is Daredevil's adversary Kingpin. He exemplifies this, a blind athlete against a cunning criminal with super strength, where much of the tension is really derived from not outmatching him, but whether Kingpin can force him to kill, a moral line that he has refused to cross. These techniques also work for overpowered characters, or stories about people whose powers don't escalate at all. Handling power escalation is difficult, and it's been done badly a bazillion times. It's also been done really well a bazillion times. It's really more about allowing the story to grow organically without it losing the spectacle.
Yeah.
That ultimately, the magic system, while a really cool part of any of the world building, and how it is used in the story, is there to support the rest of the story. To support the characters, their growth, their relationships, and the tension they have with the antagonist. Spectacle of the magic system by itself isn't necessarily that engaging, as much as we love the magic systems that we create. So, to summarize all of these points, one way to escalate power systems logically, believably, and make powers feel earned is with character arc aligned power systems. This helps with narrative cohesion by tying internal and external conflicts together, however, it is less suited for hard magic systems. 2, it is natural for power systems to escalate as the tension rises throughout a single book or a series, however, taking this too far results in power creep, which in turn undermines narrative tension through a lack of believable stakes.
I'm pretty sure we
not
passed
less
this
than
one
most
flying
villains.
fucking colors,
3,
boys.
power ceilings not only help powers feel earned because the reader sees capabilities beforehand, but it helps maintain immersion because power escalation doesn't undermine the world that you originally created. 4, one way to maintain tension without power escalation is through incomparable abilities, meaning that power escalation is not necessarily required to defeat them, and each antagonist need not be measured against the last. And 5, a second way to maintain tension without power escalation is through character challenges, antagonists who challenge the protagonist on a personal level, and the tension is derived from difficult moral choices that they're forced to make. These 2 strategies are best used together though.
And that's me. This video has been hell. People on the Discord, you would know. Normally I'm done by like around Wednesday with the script. Took me till Friday morning. It's like Friday afternoon as I'm filming it now. So I'm gonna have to really muscle to get all the editing done. The topic changed a bazillion times. I really enjoy doing these kind of technical videos, ones which kind of look at writing techniques more than tropes. Tropes are fun to talk about, but techniques are ultimately going to be more helpful, like the 2 videos I did on delivering exposition, which if you haven't seen, go check them out.
I still have to watch the second one, I
are
think.
Some of the best videos I feel I've ever done in this series. And I really like them because they feel a lot more grounded and helpful and like broadly applicable to every writer. But yeah, so what? Tell me about your stories. What's the power escalation like? What's the magic system and how does it grow? Where does it start? Where does it end? How big can it get? Let me know down below. In the meantime, stay nerdy, and I will see you in the future.
Alright. Well, looks like we definitely have what we need when it comes to that. So I love this shit. It's like we failed a couple of times and they've always changed our perspective. So it's like I prefer to fail, but it's always good to succeed to know that, you know, on a foundational level, my ideas live up to scrutiny. Let's just say that. But Let us go for Reddit. Why did it move over there? What the fuck? Stories, 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 boys. What do we got? Stolen Sea. That one seems interesting. This one's got a shit ton of us. Let's try this one. Alright. Got 3 stars. Stolen Sea. The fuck? And what's this one called? Torch Head. The end of the world. All right. Sato. Let's see if my how much is this one? Okay. So we'll do these 2 first, and then we'll do Torchhead last. See if I can make it through that one. The end of the world. What do you think our last experience will be? I asked. My friend shrugged in response. I continued. I mean, do you think it'll hit so fast that we don't have time to register what's happening? Or do you think that we'll feel the impact? I guess you haven't thought about the very final moments yet. He looked up at the sky. But I hope we don't feel anything. I imagine it would hurt. Yeah, I say before trailing off. Somehow at this moment I felt awkward. This had never happened before. You would think that after knowing him for over a decade and being best friends with him for half of that, we'd be able to have a conversation. But what else was there to say? Do you remember that time we skipped class to go climb down that ravine? He asks. Of course, that was fun. Even the next day, Miss Babbas spent an hour lecturing me on the importance of showing up. If we could do anything again, I'd want to do that. Maybe tomorrow, I say. He let out a dry laugh. I looked out into the city below. From the roof of the university, you could get a pretty good view of the whole town, right up until it hits the lake. On the clear days, you could even see the outline of the capital across the water. Today wasn't one of those days. This was the spot that my friend and I always came up to. It's quiet, away from all the noise. Sitting up here, you feel like a bodiless spectator watching the hubbub and rush of life below. Cars whizzed by, students ran to class, and people walked while being too busy to look up from their phones, scarcely aware of two teenagers staring down at them from top of the university. We weren't a part of that. While up here, we could be still. I had always found peace in that, and I assumed he did too. Of course, today there wasn't anyone down below. No cars came and went, there were no classes to run to, and phones were not much more than expensive boxes nowadays. It's easy to get up here today. In the past, we had to be careful, as this area was off limits to non-faculty members. We had to have one person boost the other on their shoulders so we could reach the ladder. Then the person on the ladder lower a makeshift rope for the other. Today, however, the ladder was already down. Maybe I'll just jump, he said. I thought about this. Aren't you going to spend the last few hours with your family? Why end it early? Why not? I could spend it with my family, sure. What's the point of that? We'd just sit around being sad. Even us. He lamented. This was supposed to be the last time we see each other, and we're barely talking. He paused, recollecting himself. I don't want this to be my last memory. I want my last memory to be something real, not me thinking of other memories. I did not know what to say to this. I looked at him. Fear and sadness filled my eyes. I realized that this was the first time I had ever seen him like this. And for all the years, I had never once seen him broken, or even sad and confused. I wondered how many times he had been sad during our friendship and I had not noticed. I know I had been sad, but even though we were best friends, I never brought it up to him. It seemed easier in those moments. We were friends who did stupid shit together. Why make it serious? But now, I was lost. He was this big ocean, and I had only ever seen his surface. I never gave myself the chance to see the depths of him, the real him, and now it was too late. Say something, please. Can I really call myself his friend? Up until now, I'd taken that for granted. But what was a friend if not someone you can rely on and you can rely on? Relying on having fun and making memories, but also for helping out at bad times. And no idea what to say to him. I did not know how to help him, how to bring him through this bad time. My self-proclaimed best friend, he breathed a shaky breath in and stood up. Interesting. Definitely sets the tension of, like, the world ending. Stolen Sea. I was born with the sound of waves in my ears. Before I learned to walk, I knew the smell of salt, the tug of fish oil in the morning wind, the voices of men singing into the sea. My father was one of them, a fisherman like his father, and his father before him. He lived in a small village, hugging the coast of Somalia, a cluster of sun-bleached shacks and laughter, nets drying on driftwood posts, and fish, always fish. In those early days, we ate like kings. My father would come home with his back bent under the weight of yellowfin tuna and snapper. Sea gave without... This is a little loud. I don't know why. Try that. The sea gave without hesitation. We fed ourselves, bartered with neighboring villages, and even sold some to men from far-off cities. There was pride in what we did, pride in the sea. I was 5 when I first went out with him, my tiny hands clutching the edge of our boat, eyes wide as we cut through the silver of dawn. I saw his hands move like he was born in salt water, tying nets, reading the ripples, whispering to the sea like it was akin. I thought then, this is who I'll be, a fisherman, a provider. But the sea changed. When I was 10, strange ships began appearing on the horizon. They came not to trade or greet, but to take. Big steel beasts with no flags, no names. They dragged heavy nets, tearing through the waters, scraping the bottom of our world. They left oil in their wake, and trash and death. We still fished, but the nets came up emptier. The bright silver bellies of our catch turned to dull-eyed scraps. Father would frown at the water and mutter curses I wasn't supposed to hear. He went further out, stayed longer, but the bounty was gone. The sea had been pillaged, and we were too poor to fight it. By the time I was 17, we were eating once a day, if that. Mothers boiled seawater, trying to trick children into sleep. My little sister's belly swelled, not with food, but with the ghost of hunger. The elders held meetings, but what good is wisdom when the sea is dead? Then came the coughing fits. My father, strong as he was, started to shrink. The salt air, once his friend, turned on him. Some said it was the chemicals dumped offshore. Others spoke of a curse. I buried him with my bare hands beneath the same sand where he had taught me to gut fish. What was I supposed to do? I took up the net, but the net gave nothing. I took up the boat, the sea gave no answers. And then I looked at the steel monsters on the horizon, fat with stolen life, and I remembered what my father once said. If a man steals from your home, are you not right to take it back? We were not born thieves. We were made, forged by the silence of the world as we starved. I joined with others from the village, men with calloused hands and empty nets, boys with salt-bitten eyes that had never known plenty. We learned fast. We built ladders, studied routes, watched for gaps. We didn't need to kill. We only needed to show them we were still here. My first raid, my hands trembled. The ship was huge, white, humming with machinery. But they surrendered fast. We took food, water, medicine, radios, and we sent them back alive. We always did. We weren't butchers. We were hungry men, and the world called us criminals. They wrote stories of lawless Africans, sea terrorists, wild men with rifles and no morals, but they never wrote of the dead fish, the black water, the empty bellies of our children. They didn't show the graves along the beach. Years have passed. I've lost friends. I've gained scars. I speak English now, bits of Chinese, some Russian, even to negotiate. We've built something like an economy around our defiance. The elders still pray for peace, and so do I. I would give everything to go back to that boat with my father, to smell the good catch under the sun. But until the sea lives again, I'll take what I must. Not for gold, not for glory, but for survival. You can call me pirate. I call myself fisherman, turned scavenger of a stolen sea. Oh, that was really good. I like that one. That one was really good. Okay. This one's a long one. Let's get prepared. Hunker in. Ugh. Bro. Bro. Torchhead. Through their fogged windows, attempting to be discreet, the townsfolk watched the figure enter the village. Their cloak was long and black as the night sky, with similarly colored thick boots that sunk into the muddy streets. The cloaked one walked slowly, but with determination, as if seeking something specific. Their head was bowed, avoiding the eyes of the watchers. Once, the figure stopped and turned towards a spectator who promptly ducked away from their window, their heart beating rapidly. Is it really her? By the gods, her eyes. The town was situated under the shadow of the imposing Ash Mountain, the identical brother of White Mountain that stood beside it. It was north of the great tree, Godric. Through the mist, one could barely see his branches that stretched over the land. The village was barren, made up of dilapidated wooden houses that encompassed mud roads. Rain was common here, so the only positive thing to say about the town was the healthy soil and farmland. The hooded woman strode into the tavern, which prompted stares and whispers from the patrons. As she walked, the floorboards creaked. It was the only sound as she sat down. A bearded bartender set down his washcloth and bent to peer into the woman's eyes. She met his gaze. Her eyes were orbs of inferno, voids of eternal damnation. They acted as a hellish reminder that those who sin will be punished forevermore. Bartender took a step back. So it really is you. She took off her hood to reveal long, Titan, Tidian hair, like strand. I, no idea. Long Titian hair like strands of flame reaching down to the underworld. Gasps and murmurs of her name followed. Torchhead. It really is me. Torchhead straightened. Now get the fucking drink, please. Bartender blinked himself back to a content state. Yes, right. What'll it be? Whatever. So, whatever is strong. Bartender let out a surprised chuckle and grabbed his strongest mead. Filling a tankard, Torchhead took the tankard and drank. It was sweet and tangy, lingering on her lips as she smiled, but her lovely moment was interrupted by a tap on the shoulder. A bar patron with a farmer's tan was anxiously trying to muster words. Yes, Torchhead raised an eyebrow. Are you here about the well? Torchhead took another sip. Yeah, I've heard this town has had a bit of a demon problem. More silence and stares. The bartender nodded. Poor old Susie, little girl, was fine one day, then the next, screaming, cursing. By the gods, her face. I'll never get it out of my mind. Torchhead grit her teeth. A possession? Papers didn't say anything about a little girl. And the well? Her folks tried keeping her in the bed, but eventually the rope snapped and she ran out into the well. His face turned cold. We buried her mother this morning. Shit. One is already dead. Farmer added, she's been taking cattle at night. One of these nights, she just might take. A loud, echoing wail flew throughout the town like a frigid wind. Some bar patrons froze while others crawled under the tables. No, not again, the farmer covered his ears. The wail persisted. It didn't sound so much as a scream, but more of a sorrowful cry. Whoever it came from, they were certainly in pain. Torchhead's heart sunk. It reminded her of her own cries when her mother was taken. Silence had returned to the room, but the patrons' expressions had become cold and pale. That's when Torchhead noticed the dark circles under their eyes. These people hadn't slept for weeks. Torchhead glanced at the bartender. How much for a room? The bartender made an attempt at a smile. It's on the house. Torchhead nodded. I'll need to speak with your mayor. He shook his head. We don't have a mayor here. We're a committee that keeps up to ourselves, a community that keeps to ourselves and fends for ourselves. This meant no payment, but a demonic possession means the possibility of an entrance to hell. It was all that she had. Can you save her? Sorry, Torchhead finished her drink and stood. I don't do exorcisms. She left for her room. The nightmares returned. In front of the fireplace, playing with a doll, was a little girl. The doll was a princess and spent most of her time speaking about fae folk in the outskirts of the wilderness. But it was twilight, so it was the hour of bedtime, tea with friends. The little girl held the doll in one hand and an empty tea kettle in the other. She poured imaginary tea into a mug. The girl turned to the fireplace. Would you like some tea, Lucius? The only sound was the crackle of the fire. The girl shook the doll. Lucius must be busy again, my dears. The girl hoped for a response from the fireplace, but once again nothing came. It was then she heard her mother's screams. Heat from below crept up the staircase into her room. The doorknob scorched her palm, but she didn't care. She followed the smoke into the basement. What she saw was forever burned into her memory. 6 red-cloaked figures surrounding a glowing gateway into another realm. A landscape of shadow and flame, millions of tortured souls grasping for mercy, a hollow void of endless misery, hell. Above this portal was her mother, howling her name. Tamara, help me! In a flash, she was gone. The red-hooded men were gone, but she wasn't alone. I can help you save her. Torchhead gasped for air, awakening back to her grim reality. After such a dream, sleep would be futile. Torchhead grabbed her belongings and descended the stairs, exiting the tavern into the night. The midnight air was crisp as she sped to the well, passing the wooden huts, which was home to more curious watchers. Torchhead ignored them and continued steadfast. The well was covered in blood. Flies buzzed around a rotting carcass of an animal so mutilated Torchhead couldn't tell what it used to be. An exposed rib cage held dense flesh that squelched under her boot. The stench of death was so thick she had to stop herself from gagging. Down the well was nothing but darkness save for the bucket attached to a rope that swung like a pendulum. Torchhead braced herself, clinging on the rope, and descended into the bowels of the earth. Her feet landed on decaying brittle bones, cracking under her weight. If there was ever water here, it had been drained dry, replaced with blood that streamed further into the cave with no light. Torchhead lit her hand ablaze, illuminating the walls around her. At this point, her witchcraft had become second nature. She took a deep breath and continued forward. The tunnel soon became too narrow for her to stand straight, forcing her to crouch. Her flames only lit a few feet in front of her. At one point, she snapped something on the ground. She expected to see a bone. However, when she looked, she was surprised to find a child's doll. Torchhead tenderly picked up the toy and stared into its button eyes. She was hollow. Torchhead pocketed the toy and marched onward, finally coming to a small cavern. With only the light from her hands, she could see the dead roots that hung from above the insects crawling from the hole to the hole in the ground. It reeked of must. Far across from her, she saw it. It was hunched over in fetal position on the ground. Its back was turned and bare, of the vertebrae of the spine exposed to the grim light of the flame. It was shaking. It was weeping. Torchhead stepped closer, snapping a bone beneath her shoe. It abruptly stopped. Torchhead followed suit, holding her breath. It turned slowly and met her gaze. Torchhead held back a scream. The entity had used whatever was left of the little girl whose name was once Susie. Upon her head was a tattered mess of blonde hair that exposed brain components. Her eyes, that seemed to be bleeding from the inside, darkened them to near black. Her bones outgrew her skin, the muscled tendons stretching, about to snap. The demon moved like a roach and inched closer to her, dragging behind bleeding innards torn from the girl's gut. It made choked, guttural noises as though its throat was clogged. It halted before the witch. Tearful eyes peered into Torchhead's, as if pleading for mercy. That's when she realized Susie was still there, still conscious in her own contorted body. The fiend must have found utter joy in ripping apart an innocent little girl from within, keeping her alive just for the sake of keeping her in pain. Torchhead could only look back in horror. She was too stunned to move, but neither did the demon. It only forced Susie's mouth into a sickening smile. For a moment they contested a stare. She knew what she had to do. It was only a matter of harnessing the spark within her. It was only a matter of lifting her hand and wielding the inferno. But she couldn't do it. Then it spoke. Please. It was constricted and raspy, yet so very pure. It was Susie, desperately calling for Torchhead's aid. She took a deep breath. Torchhead gingerly extended her hand, and fire erupted from her palm, impaling itself into the demon. What left its mouth was the wailing of a child in severe agony, but she persevered through it, gritting her teeth as tears fell from her face. For fuck's sakes, let this end. The demon finally resisted and jumped at her. With her free hand, Torchhead grabbed onto the neck, pushing her down to the ground. This made things worse. Torchhead had to peer into Susie's bloodied eyes as she burned her body. She was forced to bear the choking screams for what felt like an eternity, but eventually all that was left was a pile of ash. Torchhead fell to her knees. She screamed into the air, unleashing an excruciating, mournful wail, punching the earth until her fists bled. She fell over, lying next to Susie's ashes. If there are gods, why the hell would they allow this to happen? And why was she the one to carry the burden of destruction? Susie didn't deserve this. Tamara didn't deserve this. Torchhead must have stayed in there for hours. When she climbed out of the well, it was morning. The sun's light was dispersed behind gray clouds. Ash Mountain stood tall over the village, which looked exactly as she left it. Torchhead removed the doll from her pocket, once again taking a moment to gaze into the fake eyes. She tossed the doll away into the well. Her quest was over, and there was no reason to return to that village. She'll have her drink at the next town. Today was another dead end. Damn. Good shit. Now we move on to... So let's just do this, probably be easier. Think that's good. No, it's alliteration, never mind. Agora of Athens, Botfly, Highland Battle. Agora of Athens. In the bustling Agora of Athens, around 200 BC, the philosopher Zeno, with his robe worn thin by the sun and his mind full of unshared thoughts, found himself in a dire state of hunger. The market was alive with the shouts of vendors, the clatter of bronze coins, and the rich scents of fresh produce. Zeno, his stomach growling like a distant thunder of Zeus, approached a bread vendor whose stall was laden with golden loaves. "Fine sir," Zeno began, his voice carrying the weight of his wisdom, "I am in need of sustenance, but know this, I possess no coin. Yet I offer something far more valuable, an idea." The bread vendor, a man named Cleon, with his face as hard as the stone from which Athena's statue was carved, raised an eyebrow. "An idea for bread. Speak, then, philosopher, but make it quick. My patience is not as endless as your discourse." Zeno, sensing an opportunity, leaned closer, his eyes alight with fervor. "Consider this, good Cleon. What we call magic and what we call science are but two faces of the same coin, separated only by the context in which we perceive them. Magic is feared as a tool of control, yet science is the hands of those who wish to govern thought. Yet science, in the hands of those who wish to govern thought, is no different. Both are manipulations of the natural world, one through spells and incantations, the other through understanding and application, but in essence they are one. Cleon, who had begun his day with skepticism, now found himself intrigued. His hands paused in their task of wrapping loaves, his ears caught by Zeno's eloquent sophistry. "Go on," he urged, his curiosity piqued, yet his hand still firm on his goods. Zeno, feeling the tide turn, continued. Thus, by sharing this insight, we elevate our understanding, freeing ourselves from the chains of ignorance and control. This idea, my friend, is worth more than the bread you sell, for it nourishes the mind. A slow smile spread across Cleon's face, not of agreement, but of cunning. A fine idea, philosopher. I shall take it to ponder over my evening meal. But the bread, it stays with me. Your words, though, they might feed the soul, do not fill the stomach. Defeated, Zeno watched as Cleon turned away, leaving him with nothing but the echoes of his own words. Days turned into weeks, and Zeno's hunger grew. His body weakened, his mind still sharp, but now desperate. He lingered in the agora, each day hoping for a different outcome, but no vendor would trade bread for philosophy. In the end, Zeno, thinker who believed his ideas could move mountains, found himself unable to move even to the next stall. His ideas, profound and enlightening, could not sustain the mortal coil. As the sun set over Athens, casting long shadows over the market, Zeno lay down for the last time, his final thoughts a silent testament to the harsh reality that in the world of men, ideas, no matter how brilliant, cannot always be currency. Highland Battle. In the rugged Scottish Highlands of 1298, the air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and the cries of fallen warriors. Sir Alaric, clad in blood-streaked chainmail and a full helm of darkened metal plating, stumbled through the chaos of a days-long battle. His sword was lost, wrenched from his grip in a frenzy. Now he grappled desperately with the towering enemy, their breaths rasping through the slits of their helms. The ground beneath them was a mire of mud and gore, the wind howling like the ghosts of the fallen. With a surge of strength born from desperation, Alaric tore at his foe's helmet, the metal screeching as it gave way. He pinned the man to the earth, his gauntleted hands clamping around the exposed throat. The enemy thrashed, but Alaric's resolve was iron. With a final guttural curse, he squeezed until the life faded from his opponent's eyes. Panting, he staggered to his feet, scanning the carnage for his sword, but it was gone, swallowed by the battlefield's maw. But nearby, another fallen knight lay still, his blade still clutched in death's grip. Alaric seized it, the weight familiar yet heavy with new purpose. Now armed, he rejoined the charge, his men a tide of steel and fury pressing toward the enemy encampment. The Scottish Highlands loomed around them, their misty peaks silent witness to the slaughter. Arrows whistled overhead, and the clash of steel rang like a macabre symphony. Alaric's muscles burned, his vision blurred with sweat and blood, but he pushed forward, his heart pounding a relentless rhythm. The enemy lines wavered, then broke under the relentless assault of his comrades. The cavalry thundered past, their hooves churning the earth, and the archer's final volley pinned the retreating foe in a deadly embrace. Flow of bloodshed led them inexorably to the enemy camp, its banners now trampled underfoot. Alaric followed, his sword slicked with red, the ground a tapestry of fallen warriors. The camp loomed ahead, its defenses shattered, and his men surged through, their yells echoing off the stony hills. Exhaustion threatened to claim him, but the sight of victory spurred him on. He struck down another foe, then another, until the last resistance crumbled. As dusk fell, the battle won, Alaric staggered into the conquered encampment. The air was thick with the scent of roasting meat and spilled ale. His men feasted, their laughter a stark contrast to the day's horrors. But hunger gnawed him, and when another knight challenged him for a share of the food, Alaric's hand instinctively went to his sword. Yet, seeing the man's weary grin, he relented. What was one more fight? Instead, he accepted a tankard of ale, its bitter warmth spreading through him. Raising it high, he toasted the fallen, their swords now silent but never forgotten, and drank deeply under the starlit sky of the highlands. AI Botfly. The jungle in 2008 was a beast of its own, a sprawling, uncharted expanse in South America that swallowed light and sound beneath its dense canopy. The explorers, 5 in total, hacked their way through tangled vines and gnarled roots, their machetes glinting in the rare shafts of sunlight. Daniel, a wiry man with a scuffy beard and a penchant for dark humor, trailed at the back of the group. He'd been grumbling about his leg for hours, a dull soreness behind his left knee that he dismissed as fatigue. This damn jungle's trying to kill me one step at a time, he muttered, swatting a mosquito and wiping sweat from his brow. The others, Clara, the botanist, Miguel, the guide, and the burly twins, Tom and Leo, chuckled, but pressed on, eager to catalog this untouched wilderness. By dusk, the group decided to make camp in a small clearing. The air was thick with humidity, and the chorus of unseen creatures buzzed around them. Daniel slumped against a fallen log, rubbing his calf. "It's not just sore anymore," he said, his voice tight. "It's prickly." Clara, ever the caretaker, knelt beside him, her flashlight illuminating the back of his knee. What she saw made her gasp, a swollen red lump, veiny and pulsing faintly under his skin. "That's no sprain," she said, her eyes wide. Miguel crouched next to her, his face grim. "Botfly. I've seen it before. We need to get it out. Now." The realization hit like a thunderclap. Beneath Daniel's skin, a botfly larva writhed, its presence confirmed by a subtle, sickly wiggling as Clara pressed gently around the lump. Daniel paled. His breath hitched. "You're kidding," he whispered, but the dread in his chest told him otherwise. The group sprang into action, their meager supplies laid out on a tarp, a hunting knife, a bottle of antiseptic, some rope, and a cloth for him to bite down on. There was no anesthesia, no sterile operating room, just the wild and their shaking hands. "Tie me down," Daniel said, his voice trembling but resolute. "I don't trust myself to stay still." The twin secured his arms and legs to a log with rope, the usual bravado placed by tense silence. Clara sterilized the knife with the antiseptic, her hands unsteady as she met Daniel's eyes. "This is gonna hurt like hell," she warned. He nodded, clamping the cloth between his teeth. Miguel held the flashlight steady as Clara made the first cut. Daniel's muffled scream tore through the camp, his body bucking against the restraints. Blood welled up, dark and thick, as the knife sliced into the swollen flesh. The larva squirmed, a pale, grotesque thing, burrowing deeper. "Hold him!" Miguel barked, and the twins pressed down harder, their knuckles white. Clara gritted her teeth, digging the blade deeper, chasing the creature. Pus mingled with blood oozing down Daniel's leg as the skin popped open, releasing a fetid stench. The larva writhed, its hooked body resisting as she pinned it with the knife's tip. With a final desperate yank, she pulled it free, a wriggling, inch-long nightmare. Daniel's screams faded to gasps, his chest heaving as sweat soaked through his shirt. The wound bled freely, a ragged mess of torn muscle and skin. Clara doused it with the last of the antiseptic, wrapping it tightly with a torn strip of cloth. "It's out," she whispered, her voice shaking. "You're gonna be okay." But he wasn't. By morning, Daniel's fever spiked, his skin burned at the touch. Delirium set in, his eyes glassy, his words incoherent as he muttered about shadows in the trees. The group hovered around him, helpless as infection spread from the jagged wound. Clara tried to clean it again, but the damage was deep, the jungle's filth too potent. By noon, his breathing grew shallow, then stopped altogether. The explorers stood in stunned silence, the weight of their loss heavier than the humid air. Miguel broke the quiet, his voice low. He fought hard. They buried him there, beneath the roots of a strangler fig, the jungle claiming one of its own. Alright, and now what we gotta do is we gotta go here and here, and we gotta take plot. Hey, Valiant Boy, welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir? How's your day been? Here we go, this is the plot that we want. Alright, let's see what we get. $2,100. Nice. Okay, let's see what we got. The Hollow Beneath. In the year 2030, beneath the crust of a world that hummed with restless ambition, there was a place carved from stone and steel, an underground labyrinth of a laboratory where the air hung heavy with purpose and the faint tang of something humid and metallic. Dr. Amon stood at the heart of it, his gloved hand steady as he adjusted the dials of a machine that whirled with a low, persistent murmur. Around him, the team moved like shadows. Dr. Lester, wiry and sharp-eyed, scribbling notes. Dr. Oligard, broad-shouldered and deliberate, peering into a microscope. And Dr. Mileside, her fingers trembling slightly as she labeled vials of amber liquid. They were chasing a dream, a universal painkiller, an elixir to silence the body's cries, to smooth the jagged edges of human suffering. It was noble, wasn't it? That's what Amon told himself as he inhaled a strange bouquet of... That's what Amon told himself as he inhaled the strange bouquet of the lab, maple and oak, fern and yew, forest, wrapped in sterile walls, mingling with the fresh sting of corn, pollen, and the burnt edge of something unnameable. The lab was cold, its surfaces sturdy and unyielding under their touch, though here and there a cracked panel or a split seam hinted at the strain of their work. They were in the first steps, the tender infancy of discovery, dissecting specimens, roots and trunks, branches and limbs, testing how they twisted and bent under pressure, how they reacted to the scalpel's kiss. Eamon's goal was clear, to map the pathways of pain, to sever them at their source. But as the days bled into weeks, something shifted. The silence of the lab, once a comfort, began to fracture. A murmur rose from the specimens, faint at first, like wind rustling through a canopy. Then it grew, a scream, raw and piercing, echoing off the concrete walls until it lodged into their skulls. Eamon froze, his hand hovering over a tray of dissected parts, feet splayed like roots, a head split open like a fallen log. The sound wasn't mechanical, wasn't a glitch in their equipment. It came from them, the specimens, and it carried a weight that made his stomach twist. He glanced at Lester, who had dropped his pen, his face pale. Olgard straightened, his jaw tight, while Mileside pressed a hand to her mouth, her eyes wide with something like fear, or was it guilt? The air thickened with scents now, willow and lettuce, peas and potatoes, a garden of allergy and ash that clawed at their throats. What was that? Mileside whispered, her voice barely audible over the fading echo. Eamon didn't answer. He couldn't. The scream had peeled back a layer of their work, exposing something raw and broken beneath the cold logic of science. They'd been so focused on the goal, on the greater good, that they hadn't stopped to ask, "What are we doing?" The question hung there, unspoken but heavy, as they stared at the limbs and bodies strewn across the table. Were these just trunks and branches or something more? The ethical debate crept in like a splinter, sharp and insistent. "We're saving lives," Lester said, his tone defensive, as if he'd heard Eamon's thoughts. "This is the cost. You don't get progress without this." "But what if they feel it?" Mileside countered, her voice trembling. "What if they're screaming because they know?" Olgard snorted, folding his arms. "They're specimens. They don't know anything. We're projecting." Eamon wanted to agree. To cling to the sturdy framework of their mission, but the scream lingered in his ears, a sound that split his certainty in two. He pressed the others, his voice low but firm. "We need to consider this. If there's even a chance they're sentient, if they're suffering, can we justify it?" Lester's eyes narrowed. "Can it, Eamon? We're too deep to back out now. You want to throw away months of work over a noise?" The words stung. A disaster of dismal that left Eamon reeling. He retreated to his station, the cold metal of the table grounding him as he stared at the broken forms before him. The smell of burnt tomatoes and fresh corn swirled around him, a mockery of life in this sterile tomb. He pushed them, and they'd pushed back. Now what? In the days that followed, Eamon tried to rally his fellows. He cornered Milestone by the centrifuge, her hand still shaking as she pipetted samples? Her hand still shaking as she pipetted samples. "You heard it too," he said. "You felt it. We can't ignore this." She hesitated, her lips parting as if to speak, then closed again. "I don't know, Eamon. I don't know what I believe anymore." He turned to Olgard next, catching him during a rare break as he chewed on a ration bar and tasted. That tasted faintly of pollen and metal. "You're not troubled by this? Not even a little?" Olgard shrugged, his massive shoulders rolling like a fallen tree. "Troubled, sure, but science isn't about feelings, it's about results." Lester was the hardest nut to crack. Lester was the hardest nut to crack, his wiry frame bristling with defiance when Eamon approached. "You're wasting time," he snapped. "We're close. Closer than we've ever been. Don't sabotage it with your bleeding heart." The reactions left Eamon adrift, his goal fractured under the weight of doubt. Was he even sure about the sounds? Had he imagined their depth, their despair? He replayed the scream in his mind, dissecting it as they dissected their specimens, searching for proof. The lab felt colder now, the sturdy walls closing in, the split seams whispering of collapse, the smells, maple and oak, fern and yew, turned cloying. A reminder of life snuffed out for their ambition. The taste of humid air coated his throat. The taste of humid air coated his tongue, metallic and bitter as if he'd swallowed the coat. Jesus Christ. Taste of humid air coated his tongue, metallic and bitter, as if he'd swallowed the cost of their work. He faced a dilemma. Cling to this unease or let it go. The suffering of others, those silent trunks, those screaming branches gnawed at him, but so did the promise of their discovery. A universal painkiller could save millions, could erase agony from the human experience. Wasn't that worth it? Didn't the ends justify the means? He paced the lab, his boots scuffing against the fallen debris, his hands brushing cold steel and broken edges. The murmur returned, softer now, a plea or a warning, he couldn't tell. In the end, he made his decision. Science was more important. Knowledge was the altar they served, and sacrifice was its price. The suffering of others, those roots and limbs, those feet and heads, was the cost of their comfort, their triumph. He straightened, his resolve hardening like sturdy walls around him, and returned to the team. The climax had come and gone, the scream a turning point that forced them to confront the hollow beneath their work. Now, in the falling action, they gathered around a table littered with notes and vials, the air thick with the scent of willow and burnt lettuce. Eamon spoke first, his voice steady despite the tremor in his chest. "We move forward. We refine the process, minimize the noise, if we can, but we don't stop." Mileside nodded slowly, her eyes downcast. "If we can make it quick, less like that, maybe it's bearable." Olgard grunted his approval, already sketching out adjustments for their protocol. Lester smirked, a glint of triumph in his sharp eyes. "I told you, we're too close to quit." They discussed logistics, how to dampen the sounds, how to streamline the dissections. The ethical question lingered, a shadow they couldn't quite banish, but they buried it beneath layers of rationale. The specimens weren't human, weren't sentient in any provable way. They were tools, means to an end. The murmur persisted, a faint undercurrent of their voices, but they tuned it out, focusing on the cold, sturdy path ahead. In the conclusion, the team stood united, their decision a pact sealed in the dim light of the underground lab. The research was more important than the specimen's well-being, more important than the screams, the smells of maple and fern, the taste of pollen and metal. They'd chosen knowledge over mercy, progress over pause. Eamon looked at the limbs and bodies, the roots and trunks, and felt a pang he couldn't name. Was it guilt, regret, or just the cost of being human, of reaching beyond what they were given? The lab hummed on, its silence broken only by the occasional murmur, a reminder of what they'd traded. Outside, the world waited for their miracle, oblivious to the hollow beneath, and in the depths the scientists pressed forward, their cold hands, their resolve. The scientists pressed forward, their hands cold, their resolve sturdy, their souls split by the things they'd done for knowledge. Not too bad. A little bit repetitive on some things, but definitely not too bad. Time I won't forget. Change the overlay. It's a Monster Hunter time. What is it doing? Is it just like running? Did I not click on it? Oh shit, I forgot to, I'm an idiot. No one said anything. I forgot to plug in the level in. Oh, I'm an idiot. It is what it is, right? And I feel like we're gonna use Insect Glaive today. Ugh. Gotta love your dailies. Can we upgrade this one with the gem that we got? Okay, we need those hunter symbols. How do we get hunter symbols? Okay, so we just do tier 5 tempered. Okay. So basically just keep doing what we're doing. We have any of these 5 stars. Tempered. So we've got Valhara. All these. Can we just find tempered on our list? Tempered Chemitrus, Tempered Rathian, rank 5. Tempered Gravios. Gypsaros is only 4. So I think we're gonna go with the Rathian. Seeing as how we're using a Rathian weapon anyways. Just kind of makes sense, right? Wait, what? It's gone? No, there it is. That's not what I want. This. I want to find it. There we go. Perfect.
ギルドの要請によりコンテンツを開始します。
Oh, sorry, bro. That's wild. Hell yeah, bro. Oh, I'm sick, Valiant boy. It has been a day. Yeah, welcome to the club, bro. Yeah, man, my fucking coworker was sick like last 3 days. I was kind of sick yesterday, but fuck, man, today was bad. So we kind of done like fucking nothing. The React segment was super short. We read a fuck ton of stories, but other than that, we're like, fuck it, let's just do wilds. My throat is killing me. I turned it on. I don't.
You do a
there it goes.
backflip
Okay,
on
I
fucking
was
1
like,
meter snow at Kenyatta. Don't complain.
did it just say Kenyatta? Jesus Christ! You even spelt it right. That's fucked up. That's really fucked up. Canada. Canada? The fuck? Is that what they're gonna call it? Canada? Canada is the new America? I think it was on snow, that backflip. Oh yeah, that's right. You thought it was on snow. It's my carpet downstairs. It's a white carpet. So you can't see the... It just makes no sense, Valiant Boy. Like, you can see that you're inside. You can see the walls. You can see the room. But I guess I understand if it's that small. It would be like, what the fuck? Right?
Valium Morta Lethal.
Yeah, it's much funner to play when I actually know what I'm doing. Versus playing a weapon I have absolutely no idea how to play. Mounted again, bitch. Feels so better that yesterday. Oh, bro, it's Valium Mortal Lethal. Did I zone out? Did it just not say that even though you did TTS? Is the TTS fucked? I woke up so early with full headache, goosebumps, starter pack, Hivernal. Shit, it's the first time I've been hit. You're gonna go play GU? Hell yeah, bro. 2 hours only? Wilds now? Yeah, I know, right? We haven't been playing very much lately. And I don't feel like talking as much. So I figured this would be an easy way to, like, you know, not strain my voice and still be entertaining. Because I think jumping around like this is super fun. I don't know about you, like, watching it. But I fucking love fucking Insect Glaive. So unique. Oh man, I'm out of food. Well, perfect timing because he's going to a new area. No, I don't want that. Wait, I changed my weapon? That's not what I want. Okay, back to Glaive. Grill up some food. Did I get it? Yes! No, I didn't. Somehow I didn't get it. Had to have gotten that time, right? No? What the fuck? It's so hard sometimes to hit these fucking marks. I swear I got it that time. Yes, okay. There we are, mounted, bitch. Straight for that tail. What the hell? Oh, worst time for a trap. Cancelled my fucking mount. Bitch. That's so annoying. Ooh, that does a lot of damage. Good old turf war. Keep him distracted. Oof. finally hit it. Nice. Getting all 3 of them from the wound feels so good. Damn, I was hoping to get the tail. It is what it is. Someone's having fun in the lobby. Finally, again. Nice, I got one. Come on, give me that tail. Oh, my stamina. Oof. running away? Baby back, bitch. Uh-oh. Nope, okay, good. Man, nicked me with that one. Nice, there it goes, we got it. Tail down. Smokey, welcome, welcome. How's it going, bro? How have you been, good sir? How's things? Oh, I'm sick. So there's that, but other than that, things are good. Just another day, right? But that's why we on the wilds early. Cause I'm like, I don't really want to think. So we're not doing a short story today. We did some reacts though. To magics and like, how like power scaling like is viable, like to make it viable, to like in 2 books go from, you know, killing a mandragora to killing a god, or at least trying to halt a god. I forgot to get its tail. I always forget the tail. I'm an idiot. You just woke up? Nice. Hi, I'm loving your stream, but it worked right now. We can connect. Oh, nice, another bot. Go to ban them, but no, they on Twitch. Yeah. Oh, he's in a trap. How that fuck? Yeah, me too, Valiant boy. Hey, bro. How's it going? I will assume you are talking to Smokey. Nice, dead. How many tickets will we get? We need 5 tickets to make our next insect glaive.
これは情報の塊ですね。
Nice gem.
お疲れ様でした。任務完了ですね。何が必要？
I got 1. I need 4 more.
いつでも待ってるよ。
But we did get 1.
はい。
So let's switch to... Switch axe.
またお声が
What can we make with the switch axe, actually? Can't we upgrade this one?
何が必要？
Guardian. $700. But it's dragon. I like this one because it's raw. All I need are Guardian Dashaguma claws. I just need 1. Let's go kill Guardian Dashaguma
いつでも待ってるよ。
real quick, like. Is this Guardian? I want to kill myself. I play like slut. Me too, Valiant Boy. Not the killing myself, but the play like slut. Platinum 1 on Rivals. Nice, Valiant Boy. Damn it, Valiant Boy, you need to start streaming. You need to start streaming, bro. Used to pass Diamond easily.
本クエストを開始します。準備はよろしいですか？
Yeah, it's I told my bro yesterday about TT hats with OBS etc, but I will see when I go time.
Hell yeah, brother. And all your games are on Switch or phone. Can't you stream on the Switch? Because you can set it up to a PC or a TV, right? One day start streaming? Hell yeah, brother. didn't expect that. Just portable laptop, so that's difficult. Yeah. Understandable. Well, maybe if you're smart with your money, you didn't spend your money on me. I'm not important. Not like you get a better experience out of me. I treat everyone equally. Where's the subject? Your mom is the subject, Valiant boy. That's not money, the prob. Sorry, I had to. Money is the prob, exactly. Yep. If I had infinite money, I'd still stream. But I'd be able to stream more.
Bro forgot he was broke for 30 SC.
Well, that's good, Valiant boy. Forgetting that you're broke means that at least you might be happy, right? There's the potential. Bro, so. When I get resub for 2 months on your kick, you know? Are you going to, Valiant boy? You don't have to, bro. Don't worry about it. It's all good. You made sure you turned off the recurring payments? Automatically, he debitate a second month sub, so I deactivate for all streamers. Well, I'm glad that you're being more wise with your money, bro. Or I will be on really shit. Negative $6,500. I mean, what? Always check automatic payments. That's why I don't have, like... I have a separate account for, like, payments. And it's basically like it can't go into overdraft. So... basically it can't be double charged. Because on double charged it just declines the charge. But I saw a $998 with, and I don't know what that's. I mean, that's like 1 of 10, right? So you gotta like any number you see, just multiply that by 10, maybe 15, and then you have to add investments on top of that, right? At that point, you don't even know. You just know you have enough, and enough is enough. Of what I give you on your kick, I don't know. If it was 2 subs plus a gift, that is $21. Because that's what it was, right? 2 months and a gift? Or did you gift multiple times? No worries, you forgot. It's okay. Don't worry. Your money is apparently in better hands with me, Valiant boy. I sub Levi for 1 month. Good. Yes. Do that. He deserves it. Levi's freaking awesome. Levi's the man. He brings the content. Ow. I just hate this monster in general because he's just unpredictable because I just haven't fought him enough to know his moves. I fought like all the monsters in Monster Hunter so many times, but this guy's completely fucking new. Even to like a bear type monster, he's totally new. Exactly, I offer 1 month sub tier Levi on Kick, so 15 bucks. Nice. Oh shit, here comes the turf war. $4.99 times 2 plus $4.99. Yeah, for me it's 7 because of the currency exchange. So 15 for you is 21 for me, because I get $6.98 Canadian for each sub. Saw a historic payment on your Kick channel. Well, yeah, because it says in the payout like what it is, right? Because I've showed the revenue on stream, right? I don't even know. I've made like a total of $30, and then I made 8 from Twitch, so I've made $38 in 9 months of streaming. I think that's pretty damn good. There's always, like I only get 95% of Kick, and I only get 30% of Twitch. I get like 2 out of the $7. Yeah, but I mean, I've made so far like 89 cents in ads. So, if you extrapolate that over time, I will make a lot more money in ads than I will anything else. And especially if I get more viewers, then I'll get more ads. So, that's the important thing. But then if you have like turbo, oops, you can like subvert that. Yeah, on Kick you get 95%. But they don't do ads on Kick. So you're reliant on your subscriptions alone for profit. That's why I also don't sub on Twitch for that. Running away? Or is he just furious? I think he might have tried to run away. He ain't gonna get far. Not with that attitude.
I know if I sub on Twitch, my sub will be screwed by 45%, so you gain less than a Kick sub?
You feel me? Yeah. I figured I was gonna die.
夫ですか？必要なものがあれば補充していってくださいね。
Thank God he's right here. All ready to go again. Jesus. Man, he's fucking destroying me. Okay, it's almost dead. Oh, jeez. Ew. Shit, my food wore off. That's all I want. I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm down. Ooh. Nice. Okay, there we go. He's dead. Now hopefully we can get a sick ass fucking badass switch axe. Fuck. I'm tired. Those pills hit you hard. That's why I hate taking freaking cold medicine. Even if it's the daytime shit, I still fucking pass the fuck out. Okay. Time for an upgrade. So we went from 630 to 870.
先生、皆さんから話を聞いてきました。
I mean, overcaps attack, but I might as well have them. I don't have any innate attack bonus, so it's pretty much best just to have the 2 attacks. Okay, now what? We must fight more tempered tier 5s. Some tier 4 Rathian. Tempered Arkveld, but that's 8. We want tier 5. It's too strong. Strength is only a 3? That's very odd. I think we go with the Nursula. Oh shit, he hit me with the sleep. And now I'm webbed. Nice. Fix Bug. His name is Fix Bug.
お疲れ様でした。このまま調査を続けましょう。
Couldn't quite draw a dick. Happy ruined my dick. Three more. I don't know what to do. Oh. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna grab some food. I'll be right back. In the meantime, check out the news stories. So this was a short story from yesterday. Pain tolerance. The sound coming from the speaker in the center of the table had all four of the men looking sidelong at each other, their faces gone from jovial to stern. Dr. Amon extended his arm across the table, his white lab coat sleeve trailing slowly behind his hand until it met his elbow and clumped as he placed his fingers on the speaker's volume nozzle, turning it off. Dr. Lester looked to his left, the look on his face acknowledging the elephant in the room. He folded his arms across his chest as he spoke, his wizened voice soured by the implications of these findings. Is the continuation of this research viable? Dr. Amon leaned back, his chair creaking from the years of abuse. If this is accepted by the public, then no. The table shook and the speaker fell over. Dr. Oligard slammed his fist down. The only obstacle to success is the outside perspective. The last time science bent the knee, we had a monarchy. His voice firm and assertive. The project would continue in light of these findings. Payment for knowledge is never what it appears. Pain centers of the brain. One of the last bastions of unknown depth. But the map was becoming clearer. The more experiments that took place, the more refined it became. What was once a blob of messy dots was now an intricate network of response sequences. Dr. Amon began the test. The sharp, stinging sound of the blade pressed against him. With the plugs in his ears, all he could hear was the wailing. It did not match the assumed sound of a saw, more outspoken, feral, and indeterminably infrequent. He would have preferred the tinnitus to this. His heart would not feel so heavy over the drone of an engine, but this savage nature had him at odds. Several limbs fell to the ground. The scent of lightly burned maple trickled through his nostrils, sending a shiver down his spine, so sweet and succulent, opposing the scene before him. Red and yellow shone stark against the pale concrete floor. He doesn't care because he doesn't have to be there, Dr. Lester spouted as he removed the plugs from his ear. He sat down at his desk and reached onto the top drawer. You saw him yesterday, though. He was moved, so that's a step in the right direction, Dr. Amon stated as he sat down beside Lester at the desk. Does believing this, but continuing to do it, damn us? He placed his lunchbox on the desk and opened it, the sandwich unappetizing in this circumstance. We have lines for a reason. I know it's fair for them to move. Instinct calls when you're pressed in a corner. The true face is revealed to you, even though you despise it. If knowledge is all that was needed to move a line of that degree, such a magnitude, I believe we would be living in a paradise. Leave that question to when we research the soul. A smile crept across Dr. Aaron's face. Hope for the future. That was what they were fighting for. That was why they were suspending their morals in experiments with such ghoulish and tragic methods. Sweat rolled down Dr. Lester's face despite the heat of the flames being no match for the cooling suit. The smell hit him through the suit, however, stale, dark, crisp, undone. The ashes of this creation were mere specks now, uttered to the wind by the tempest of plasma, the silence a grand reminder of the deed. The data had been collected. With a stricken heart, the sweat dripped down his cheek, a tear he could not shed, as he knelt down to gather the devices from the remains. A shudder in his heart as he stopped suddenly. The tear streaks across the plastic mask of his suit, a visual reminder of the loss incurred. A speck of color among the dust, gently pressing his hand beneath it, careful to not disturb its rest. He lifted it from the broken body. He would keep this lone treasure, a survivor of oblivion, the red and yellow bastion against the night, an uplifting tale of redemption and desire. This single bereft leaf, embedded with the hopes of the future, would cling to existence. Wow, damn, that was like fucking perfect timing. Holy shit, meant to fucking be. So, what do you think of like using that, the visualization like that, for the story? Because I'm still experimenting with like what to do. Like, should it just be me talking, but then the clipping from like jumping from place to place because of editing, AI images that are just kind of shit, or you'll actually like get real more in depth with it maybe? I don't fucking know. So, any feedback would be helpful. No, my camp. Motherfucker. How dare he destroy my camp? How dare he destroy my pop-up camp? God damn, they make these things impossible to fucking open. Jesus. at the end. Ooh. P. Jindahad? The hell is that? I didn't know Jindahad could pop. How do I get the Jindahad? The fuck is the Jindahad? Rhyme chain P. What does that even mean? I don't understand. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do to be able to find this Jindahad. Okay. Didn't know that was a button. We can now do a Jindahad. Holy shit, boys. Let's go! Change equipment, transfer. Howdy, Ambassador. Heyo, how's it going, Levi? How was the stream? Would you appreciate a PNG in this trying time? Yeah, man, I'm fucking sick. This shit is bullshit. I think my, like, cold pills are wearing off. My nose is fucking getting stuffy again. Okay. Hey-o, the go! Welcome, welcome. I gotta go and grab food. Be right back. a submission for to be as an emote. Dang, look at it first. Oh, did you post it in the Discord? Nice. That should look sick, dude. I love it. Adventurers Guild branch, Crafting Guild branch, Palace. And that's the marketplace. And then right over on this side is Shiva, and then on this side coming down is Ifrit. But yeah, that's legit. Thank you, good sir. Lines are thick, so it's readable at that size. Yeah. Well, all my emote slots are used, so we can put it as a BTTV one. But I still don't know how to get those to go on screen. Because for some reason they just don't. Wait, that one did? Why did that one? Wait. Did it fix itself? Does it work now? It does work now. I'm pretty sure, because these ones aren't. Yeah, it does work now. Sick. These ones aren't. Okay, it fixed itself. So yeah, we can add it as a BTTV emote. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you, thank you. Alright, I'll be right back. I also think it's just better and more usable than some of the ones you've got, like Ichigo or Deku. Yeah, let me just hit them with the Cheshire Cat. Yeah, those were more of just tests, you know? So we definitely do need, more. So we can add them to the BTTV list. But Levi, so I made these, but I don't know how well they are. You tell me what you think. Avast, a kraken. The mast of the ship creaked as the wind blew. Vandar sat atop the crow's nest with his eye scope. The last week on the Harbinger had been brutal. I grabbed the rest of my food, so I'll just kind of let this play. But yeah, with like the visualization and everything
prevailed
going along with the sound.
The whaling ship was on a return
Just
voyage.
something to keep your eye on.
Stocks full of their treasure, but lacking in supplies. Vandar leaned in and squinted as he gazed across the horizon. Alas, no land to behold.
He sighed and put the glass away. He reached into his ragged, would-be shirt and pulled out his flask. He raised it to his lips and shook it fiercely. He suckled upon it for the last drop, but none came. He shoved the sour-tasting bottle back into his jacket. He climbed down the mast to tell the captain he saw no land. Captain Frederick Servain was a legendary whaler among the royalty. He had made his wealth through bargains of territorial fishing licenses and whaling permits. Having monopoly on most of the Atlantic at this point, he was now in it for the thrill of the kill. He looked over at Vandar and placed his arm around his neck, nearly squeezing the worn old man to death. "We be
Bro,
good,
TH
mate.
Cam.
None take what we squander. Remember, if you see it, I own it." He laughed as he looked back to his men. "The way I see it, boys, only those with the will to survive will ever try to venture these parts. I consider myself a
Where are
twice
you?
dead man in my life, so what is a third, right?" The men gave a cheer in his usual speech. It worked. That was what counted. The hardships of the past they had endured because of their faith in him. His skill as a navigator and his knowledge of the seas compiled with his logistical capabilities, mapping and surveying, had always gained him more than he could ever ask for. Grayman, a gruff, burly man with muscles that appeared to be bursting from his body. He was a master of ropes, and he had saved the ship many a time from the tides, waves, and wind herself. He felt something stirring in the air, ever since that unmistakable earthquake. Never in his 40 years at sea had he seen waves so high. What could have caused such a monstrosity in the middle of nowhere? His hair stood on end as he gazed over the railing, watching the ship glide through the stirring sea. It was not the calm of such absent wind. It was something more. He sturdied the ropes in his hands as he tied the mast in place. The sun was beginning to peek over the horizon. The red, orange, and purples of dawn drew all the sky ablaze. He loved night watch. The sunrise was his sacred moment in this lost place. He never felt quite at home on land. That was what set him to the sea. But now here, he had seen long ago, it was not just the land, for the sea had not been the one to call either. It had not been for a place or a calling. It had been for a time. Since he had discovered this, the sea seemed the most fitting to him. Travel to far lands and see odd sunrises. But he had always loved the open sea for the lack of obscurity, the majesty of this sight clasped between her bosom. Grayman jolted and pressed his foot hard against the railing to steady himself. "All hands above deck!" he bellowed as he felt another wave crash against the ship. Had the watch fallen asleep? There was no call of wind or a storm. Why would the waves be so mighty as to press us noticeably? He thought to himself. The light of the newborn dawn was streaking across the sea, unveiling the harrowing design by which this evil was cast upon them. A whirlpool spread its tendrils of broken surface across the cleansing surface of the sea, its depths drawing a maw apart with such vast dilation that it swore to swallow the ship whole. Burst from the depths the beast did, my eyes but to behold the horror, the thoughts like needles in his head as he stared towards his doom. The captain called
Where
to
are
action.
you? Bro
Men,
camera.
take stations! Ready the cannons! The burst of waves as the creature's arms thrust from the water in all directions. The ship was surrounded, headed for the gaping mouth of the Leviathan. The men scrambled to fire their cannons, the iron striking the Kraken with a mighty impact, driving several of its arms into the depths of the sea. From the sight of
I
the
don't think the
naive,
camera really
it was
matters.
fished. For those who knew such things as miracles do
It's
not
just
happen.
representation.
Hold fast, prepare your weapons, grab your muskets, men, we march upon this beast. The tentacles of the Kraken wrapped around the ship as if to draw it to the maw with unwavering hunger. The men charged with cutlass and knife in hand. They stabbed the creature and climbed upon its
So what do you
flesh,
guys
using their
think?
weapons as leverage to scale to its face.
Is it like good? Is it bad? Is it just okay? Does it matter? Right? 50 seconds in, there's a very nice visualization. The constant changing visualization and the general visual noise is a bit much. Also could do with having text on screen. Yeah, if I could like auto-generate the text on the screen, but like
Ugh. I mean, that's a lot of work. This. Yeah, it's still, you know, work in progress. It's work, yeah, but you just do it by section and it won't be too bad. Yeah. It's just trying to, like, overlay it onto that. Or just, like, or do you mean just, like, having just the words? Like, not the visualization, but just having, like, every paragraph, like, just on the screen, like this. Maybe more like this. Right, and then just have like the chunk of it like that, and then like another one like that, and then, like, you know, just do chunk by chunk. Is that what you mean? What will we eat? I wanted to watch this. Joe Scott. First thorium reactors finally under construction. Chunk by chunk. And then, like, just get rid of the visualization? Or, like, have the visualization in, like, a border?
Hey guys, welcome back to the
This is
channel.
a, holy
and
shit, this is a
another
37-minute
lightning
video? What the fuck?
I know some of you love and some of you...
They're usually, like, 15 minutes.
So I've been getting a lot of comments that were saying that, that like all my videos are lightning round videos now, and that's not true. I'm actually not doing any more lightning round videos than I used to. I do one lightning round video a month.
This is more minimal
but I have cut
visualization, like the
down on
one
other
that shows
videos.
up 50
There's a lot of
seconds
stuff
in.
going on.
Yeah, the problem is... These are all the presets. I have no idea which one that one was. But there are freaking like 500 or 600 of these.
Outside of YouTube that I will eventually be announcing. It's going to be really exciting. I can't wait to share with you guys. But until then, I have kind of scaled back a little bit. There will be another video coming out next week. But for today, I have some very intriguing questions to answer, including, let's talk about China's new thorium reactor, which I know a lot of you guys are interested in. So let's do this. First question goes to JD Creeper. It's kind of following up on a previous question. He says, why send humans to Mars or Venus? Unless terraformed, anyone sent will be miserable and go insane. Using Antarctica as an example, colonies will devolve into anarchy. Skylab, in parentheses, all for what? What does this accomplish?
I love the examples. Just instant.
Robots is actually an interesting one, and we can talk about that. I do want to push back on a couple of the assumptions that you make here, though. Like, assuming that anybody that goes to Antarctica would go insane is a bit of a stretch, if you ask me. Like, there are people who live in Antarctica for 4 or 5 months of darkness all the time. There have been hundreds of people that have lived down there, and I'm sure a few of them have had difficult challenges living in that. But I definitely wouldn't say it's like a guaranteed stroll into crazy town or anything. And you use Skylab as an example of how a colony would devolve into anarchy, and yeah, I'm sorry, again, that's a stretch. What JD's referring to is the mutiny that occurred on Skylab 4 with Gerald P. Jerry Carr, William G. Gibson, and William R. Pogue. They were on an 84-day mission, which was by far the longest any Americans had been in space at that point. And they, at some point, became overworked and basically kind of staged a strike for the day. Like, basically turned off their radio and gave themselves some downtime. So yeah, the Skylab 4 mutiny has become a bit of a space myth. What really happened was that, you know, on Skylab they went up there and they literally planned out every minute of their day. They just like constantly had something to do. And something that I learned when looking into this was that at the time they didn't have like a global network of communication. So they only had like 10 minutes of communication time for every 90-minute orbit that they had. And at the beginning of every workday on Skylab, you know, ground control would send up just pages and pages of like stuff that they had to do that day. And they were starting to get a bit worn out. So what the crew actually started doing was, instead of all three of them showing up on these calls with ground control, they started switching out just one person at a time so that the others could, you know, go do their daily stuff. And apparently one time there was a miscommunication and nobody showed up for the call, so this idea that they were striking went throughout ground control. So there was tension going on between them and ground control. There's no questioning that. But it basically came down to they were able to get ground control to give them a day off. It wasn't even like, you know, without permission. They did it with permission. It's just there was some tension there. But that was a learning thing. They talked it out and they used that as a learning process to go forward. Yeah, in this interview with the BBC, Jerry Carr said that it was the first sensitivity session in space. So yeah, in no way did it descend into some kind of Lord of the Flies style anarchy, and in no way does that mean that humans can't handle long-term spaceflight. I mean, the length of their mission was tiny compared to the length of the ISS missions they do today. I mean, the ISS has been in constant operation for well over 20 years with no major incidents. Like, Suni and Butch had been on the ISS for 3 times longer than the Skylab 4 people were, and they were only supposed to be there for a few weeks. And they're okay. But no, that general question as to like why send humans as opposed to just sending robots is a good question, and there's arguments for and against it. You know, some would argue that we
astronauts go through psych evals before being sent in any kind of isolation. Exactly.
Resources here are only going to last so long, and if we're going to survive into the deep, deep, deep future, we're going to have
more of the normal people.
Some would say that, you know,
the thing that I would say to that is that, like, once it's terraformed and we start sending like the first wave of citizens, just normal people, if you're the first generation on either Mars or Venus, I think that's going to be tough. That's going to be brutal. That's what's going to fuck people. But it's not going to be like the scientists and shit. It's going to be normal goddamn people. Because you got to think, people like that are probably people that are running away from something. And there's probably a reason that they're trying to run away. It's like the idea that people that, you know, why are there so many corrupt people in power? Well, it's like corrupt people try to find power, right? Normal people just don't care, so they would never go into those positions. And 50 people means you're not alone. That's more evolutionary normal mode of existence than the cities we have now. Very true.
There's a human element, that there's only, you know, so much you can learn with robots, and that we just have to send humans to really get a full picture of, you know, what's going on in these other places. On the other hand, robotics have come a long way. They have sensors and abilities and instruments that give them the ability to do things that humans can't do. They cost a lot less than humans. They don't need to eat or poop. But ultimately, you know, I think there is something to be said about the spirit of exploration that humans have. We have always been explorers. We've always wanted to go to the places we've never been before. And you know, once you've gone everywhere there is to go on Earth, you gotta go somewhere else. Like, I was in Hawaii
too late
last year,
to explore the world, too early to explore the universe. Worst fucking time to be alive.
Over, you know, 1,000 years or so. I mean, they would get in these tiny boats and just sail across the Pacific Ocean, having no idea what was out there until they just found some tiny island. I think that is so indicative of our human need to explore, that just drive that we have. That, yeah, I think that's something that's never going to go away. I'll be positive and just leave it with that. All right, next question. Philip Shane asked, have there ever been any tycoons who are genuinely nice guys or gals, or is megalomania essential for the role? Okay, I talked previously on a previous video about a guy named Charles Feeney who started the Giving Pledge. He's a billionaire and he's pledging to give away all of his money by the time he dies, and he's gotten all these other billionaires to sign on. He's kind of the you know, stated good billionaire out there. Now, whether a particular billionaire is a good guy or a bad guy, I feel like I can't say without actually knowing the person. That just feels very judgmental. A lot of these guys, the tycoons from history,
To be fair, the Polynesians knew how to get home, so they didn't have no means of return like a Venus resident might have.
Ruthless, I think
Well, I mean, if their ship got
is a
destroyed,
good example of that.
for
He was
instance,
definitely
right?
Like a robber baron, but then he did set up a lot
Then
of
they'd be
foundations
fucked.
and charitable
But then again, I
organizations
guess
and
it's easier to build your own ship in the
Well,
wilderness
no, it's a popular
than it
sentiment
is
right
to
now
build a
for
spaceship.
very good reason that there are
So,
no good billionaires.
it's
The only
definitely
way to
a-
become a billionaire is by basically hoarding value
A
away
scale
from the rest of the
problem
world,
and
basically
technological
making rewards.
problem, right?
And I totally get that.
Like, I'm sure you
I
could
think
make,
maybe
like, a
the
canoe-type
counter-argument
boat
some
and
people
find your
might
way
give
back
is that
eventually.
the
But yeah, if
billionaires
they
are
died, they'd be
basically
screwed.
taking this
The goal would
value
not
and then
be
deciding
not to
themselves
lose
how
it.
to distribute
Yeah.
it charitably to other people. You only live in this world for so long, so they're kind of taking that money while they have it and then passing it on when they die. Of course, that means that they are picking and choosing where this money goes, and having one individual person make that decision is questionable. And I think whether that's good or bad kind of depends on where you stand on the capitalism socialism scale. I'm not personally one of these people that thinks that there should be no billionaires. There's a lot of people that do believe that. I don't necessarily believe that. I do think they should be taxed more. But I don't know that I 100% agree that you have to be like a bad person to get that rich. I think you can just make good, smart money decisions and business decisions to get there. It doesn't necessarily make you an awful person. I think it just is like a particular set of skills, as the saying goes, that people have that, if you combine that with a bit of a hoarding mentality, it can lead to having that much money. That kind of makes me think of, I did a conversation podcast with a cult expert named Yanya Lalick, and she was kind of talking about the playbook that cult leaders kind of go by, and they all kind of follow a similar pattern or a similar playbook. And I was basically asking her, like, is this something that's done consciously? Like, do they know if I do X, Y, Z, I'll create a cult around myself? Or is it just they have the right combination of personality traits that sort of naturally become that? It's fascinating to me how they tend to follow the same playbook. I mean, am I right in saying that, or is that...
Oh yes, in my book, Take Back Your Life, in the
Anti-billionaire
chapter about
sentiment is
the
generally
leaders,
fueled by an awful
we
graph
talk
in
about it
economics.
looks like they all go to the cookie cutter Messiah school, right?
Well, so
People
that's my
wouldn't be
question,
so, like,
where do they learn this?
people
Or is it
wouldn't
just
be
something
so
they all
mad
stumble
at
into
people that
accidentally
can
and it's just a
fly if they
function of
weren't
their
drowning.
narcissism?
Yeah, I
Just
think
It's like, if you were just
I
chilling
think, I think they
and you saw people flying by, I think you'd be fine. But you're drowning, well, these guys are flying.
At persuasion.
And that
They
difference
may
is,
be
I think,
charming
what scales
or
people to
come
be
across to some people as charming. I mean, it's
fanatical.
important, this whole idea of charisma, it's important to remember
The reason I
that
understand
charisma is in the
billionaires
eye of the beholder. right?
must
Somebody you might think is
necessarily exist so
charismatic,
long
I
as
might
the
think
value
is
of
a
assets
total
can
freak,
exceed $1
right?
billion.
So
Exactly.
It's that
Because people think
personal
that they have, like,
once you attribute
billions of dollars
charisma to
on
somebody,
hand. It's like,
they
no,
have
they're
power
worth
over you.
that
I
amount
think
of
that might
money.
be true for billionaires as well. They just
Like,
have a
technically,
particular set
like,
of personality
in an
traits that
imaginary concept
get them to that
through
place.
their
I mean, some of these guys are morons.
what they own, right?
I'll just say it. Some billionaires, some super wealthy people are absolute morons. I have gotten to know some fairly wealthy people in the last several years, and I can say they have all the same insecurities that the rest of us do. They seem to be a bit more prone to conspiracy theories than I would say the average person is. But they have a skill for making money. They know how to play that shell game of moving money over here and then moving it over there, and it makes more money. And I think if you have that skill, whether it's learned or innate, and a bit of a hoarding instinct, then yeah, you might become a billionaire yourself. Also fair to say most of these guys and gals came for money in the first place, which is helpful. And all of that has nothing to do with whether somebody's good or bad. It's just they just have that skill, that personality trait. So I would say that billionaires, there's probably some good billionaires out there, just like there are good people in the rest of society. There's also a lot of assholes, just like the rest of society. I will say though, we never really hear about the good ones. We always just hear about
People
the
are
bad
complaining
ones.
that Elon was unaffected by losing billions in net
Frauds,
worth,
miserable.
when the material
psychologically, there's also
reality
the
is that the
fact
companies
if
he
you were
owns
to
didn't
talk to
change,
any
but
of
rather
these
the way
guys,
people valued
they
them
would
did.
all say that
Exactly.
they're doing good
And
things,
now they're saying
they're
that, like, Twitter's
contributing
worth
a
like
lot to
$489
charities
billion.
and that they're creating value in businesses that hire people and all that. human beings have
It's
justification
all exaggerated
ability
bullshit at
to
the end of
just
the day.
talk ourselves and convince ourselves into anything, and nobody wants to think that they're a bad guy. So I would say that if you ask any of them, they would say that their heart's in the right place. They're going at it from, with good intentions and whatnot. But everybody that does bad things say they're doing it for good intentions. That's just how we are. In
Yep.
fact, there's that whole thing
Everyone
of,
tries to justify
selling
themselves.
out your own principles to like get to that next step.
Oh
that-
shit,
that
you
line
wrote
in
it
the
out!
sand, and you just go 1 inch further, and then there's another line, and then you go 1 inch further. Like we do that mentally all the time. In fact, some of them may justify them being good people because they went against their own principles, which was painful to do this thing, that they did the hard thing. But anyway, that's just my take on it. In the meantime, I'm gonna go buy a new boat. All right, next question comes from Donna Sawyer. Rat King phenomenon. Can you discuss this horrifying situation? Is there a Possum King phenomenon or a Raccoon King phenomenon? I'm gonna have to go over here. Donna, I just want you to know I could have gone my whole life without knowing this and been just fine. I was just fine not knowing this. So, Rat Kings, turns out, are when a group of rats get their tails knotted together
Yep.
and then all die.
Mm-hmm.
This is an actual thing.
Yep.
So I found this post on Medium, and this picture right here is apparently the largest specimen of a rat king that has been found. There were 32 rats that got their tails all tangled up together and just died because they couldn't eat. Yummy. So there is some controversy around this, hence the question.
I am
asked
glad
if
I
it's a
had
real
just
thing,
finished
because,
eating.
like, a lot of these were found, I think there's like a few dozen that have been found, but there were a lot of them were found back in like the early 1800s when like cryptids were a big thing. Like a lot of people were finding like forging cryptids like the mermaid that you've seen in pictures and stuff like that. So yeah, according to this, there are 58 reliable rat kings that have been found.
It's worth considering that rats are very, very social animals. Well, I was gonna say, and they're like they go if they're in small areas in a large number, that's possible.
Northern latitudes. I think there were.
I could definitely see it happening.
The deeper south.
I mean, look at your cords
areas
after
where
a
things
fucking
get
year of
cold.
just sitting around. It's
So
like,
the
how do all
theory
these knots
is
get in here?
It's all of these rats huddled together for warmth, and their tails start to get stuck together because of excrement and body secretions and stuff like that, and it gets frozen together. Or tree sap. I think tree sap can also get stuck in
Knot
there. So
theory is
the tails
amazing.
get kind of stuck together and knotted up, and then as they struggle to get out, that knot just tightens and tightens until they're unable to free themselves from it. This mostly happens with black rats, and apparently black rats have like sort of semi-prehensile tails, so they do have the ability to kind of twist and turn and lock in together. So I think there's still a little skepticism out there as to whether or not it's a real thing. Again, because of the whole cryptid thing from the 1800s, but no, the general consensus is that it is a real thing that happens, and it's horrifying. In fact, this article has a video right here of a squirrel king. You asked about raccoon kings and possum kings. I didn't see anything about that, but there are squirrel kings, and this one was actually caught on video, and it's in Bangor, Maine, which again is a northern area where things get cold. So here's like 3 of them, 3 or 4 of them.
I think it's
stuck together,
4.
and they're running around like this.
It's where you teamwork. It's chained together, boys. It's fucking chained
That's
together.
Horrifying and sad. Actually, I imagine it happens worse with squirrels because their tails are so fuzzy. They could probably,
And
stick a lot more. But
you know what this proves? Squirrels are just rats with fuzzy tails. Squirrels aren't as social, though. Tell that to Rick and Morty.
yeah, I don't know what else to say about it other than it seems to happen in northern latitudes. It's not something that happens very often, but yeah, rats and certain rodents can get their tails all matted together and be able to survive. Although I am a little confused because I've heard stories of rats that have their tails like trapped in traps and stuff like that have chewed their tails off and escaped. why they don't chew their tails off in this scenario, I don't know, other than maybe they just can't quite get back there. Like maybe I don't know. But those are the theories. It is a real thing that seems to happen, and again, could have gone the rest of my life without knowing about it. Thank you. All right, next question from Brian Beswick. He asks, "Hey Joe, what are your thoughts on NASA's new administrator, Janet Petro, the first woman to head the agency?" Yeah, I mean, after decades of people throwing shade and being disappointed at male administrators, I think it's finally time for us to be
Rats can
disappointed
do
by a
X
female
does not
administrator.
imply rats will
Actually,
do
I
X.
didn't know about this until you asked the
Yep.
question, so let's look her up and see. All right, so this is Janet Petro on the NASA website, acting NASA administrator. I'll get to the acting part here in just a second. She's been at NASA for a while now. She was actually the 11th director of the John F. Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Looks like she joined NASA in 2017. It says through January 2020, she was the program executive leading the agency-wide initiative for phased implementation, restructure, all mission-enabling functions to ensure efficient. Good Lord, this is corporate speak, isn't it? Her assignment to the Mission Support Future Architecture program concluded in 2020. So she's been at NASA a while. Prior to joining NASA, she was at the Science Applications International Corp. in McDonnell Douglas Aerospace. So she's been doing this for a while. I do need to highlight the acting administrator thing. She's kind of just there temporarily. Bill Nelson has stepped down because he was Biden's nominee. Jared Isaacman is still the nominee that needs to go through Senate confirmation hearings. I don't know exactly when that is, but in the meantime, Janet is running the place, and so yeah, she's the first female administrator. So it does say here on space.com, it says that this appointment came as a surprise to many. Often the administration takes office, the incumbent NASA administrator stands down to make way. Ordinarily, it goes to the top civil servant in the agency. In this case, it would have been a guy named Jim Free, but she got promoted to the role instead of him. So, I mean, it is
DEI
bullshit.
bullshit.
She's done so far
White
was
women.
To, close all of the DEI programs that were going on at NASA. That
He
was,
said it.
To be fair, and
He said it.
that she had to follow. Although to be more fair, she
He
did
said
state
it.
in a memo
Wait,
that
he
these
said it.
programs divided Americans by race, wasted taxpayer dollars, and resulted in shameful discrimination, which makes her kind of sound like a believer. Can't help but wonder if people are calling her a DEI hire because she's a woman. But yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to say about it. She's just going to have the role temporarily. I think it is, a good thing to have a woman in the position, even if it is temporary. But I guess we'll see what happens when Jared Isaacman gets nominated, or he's already been nominated. When it gets confirmed by the Senate, chances are they'll take it over. So there are some people that have concerns about like Jared taking over because I keep saying Jared, it's Jared, because he's closely involved with SpaceX and whatever. There's the whole like private sector
merging of
and,
SpaceX and
taking over the
NASA,
sector.
just
But
like
I will-
Canada and the
I will
United
also make the argument
States.
that happens all the time. To be fair,
United
there's
States
nothing
of
really new about
Canada.
that. Sometimes you need to bring
The
in
rhetoric
those
on
talented
DI
people
is so
for a
annoying
position.
because there's a
Sometimes the most talented
consistent
person might not
shifting
be in the public
rhetoric,
sector. They might be in the private sector, and there's nothing new
rhetorical
about that
window.
all the time. But it doesn't mean we do still need to pay close attention to that.
Yeah.
There's not conflicts of interest.
DI is fucking
But at
stupid,
the
but
very least,
want
it seems
political
like Janet Petro has a solid
correctness,
background in
woke
science and
DEI.
engineering. She's got a past at NASA, so she's not
do you know the origins of political correctness? Levi? In the early to mid 20th century, the phrase politically correct was used to describe strict adherence to a range of ideological orthodoxies within politics. In 1934, New York Times reported that Nazi Germany was granting reports permitting only to pure Aryans whose opinions are politically correct. So it literally has origins in Nazi Germany. And it was a way of basically keeping people from like mentioning topics and talking about things and controlling the way that people talked about things.
Qualified for the job, which is
And Democrats are saying Elon's a fucking Nazi, right? Projection!
it's a good thing. She's not just a complete toady, it seems like. But I guess we'll see what happens. All right, next up, Hallie Brix Hagholm wrote, "Are you keeping your Tesla? If not, what car would you get?"
Fucking so retarded.
All right, let's talk about this. All right, the quick answer to this question is that literally like last week I put down a reservation. for
Yeah.
which doesn't come out until 2026, barring any delays, which is always possible. But yeah, most likely my next car is going to be a Rivian. So let's leave the politics out of it completely for right now. I'll get to that. But first of all, I'm not somebody that just goes out and buys the next big shiny new car. I usually keep my cars for a really long time. I've actually only had 5 cars my entire life, which, counting from 16 when I started driving, that comes out to about 1 car every 7 years. Some cars I've had longer than others, but that's the average. But no, I got my Model 3 in 2018, so it's kind of time. In fact, by the time I get the new car, I will probably have had this one longer than average. For the record, I love that car. I love my Model 3. It's easily the best car I've ever had. Even though there's all this anti-Tesla sentiment going on right now, I still love the car. But I mean, it's been an interesting ride having this car.
So stupid.
When I
The
first
people,
got it,
not
it was
ideas
so brand
shit.
new. Everywhere I went, every time I parked in a parking spot,
The
somebody would come up
craziest
and
part, I
say,
looked at electric cars
It's
for
like
the
this novelty
theoretical
thing.
case where I moved to the US.
I remember like how many times
The
this
technology
happened all
just
the time.
isn't there
People
yet,
like,
in my
So it
opinion.
doesn't take any gas at all. Like they just couldn't wrap their heads around it. It was such a new thing. But at the time, there was actually still a pretty strong anti-EV sentiment.
Don't
out
hate
there.
electric cars. They make
It was
sense
considered a very
economically.
lefty liberal thing, and
Yeah, the only thing that sucks
yeah,
is that they're
got
just not
shouted
up to
insults
par.
From guys in pickups. I did get
Right?
rolled.
Like, give it another 50
And I was
years,
constantly
and then they'll be
checking my
amazing,
Century
right?
Cam, my
But it's just
security
they're
cam
not
in the
there
car,
yet.
Because there were all these clips going around of people getting their cars keyed and damaged and stuff. So that was the world that I got that car in. And I wasn't trying to make a statement out of it. I've just always wanted
It's not a
an EV.
technology problem, it's an
And
infrastructure
this
problem.
was the first car that had the range that I needed living in Texas.
Well, I'm not
And
quite
especially
sure,
at the time,
like,
'cause the charging infrastructure wasn't
Like, the
friendly
way
now.
that we make
But it was the first
batteries
one that
is
had the range that I
fucking
needed
terrible.
And was in a price range that was
Like,
only,
we need to,
you know,
like,
somewhat
advance our
ridiculous.
battery technology.
Flash forward to today, those very same people that were shouting insults at me in 2018 are now Elon's biggest fans, and it's the lefties that are going around keying Teslas and giving me dirty looks everywhere I go. We are living in the upside down, people. So yeah, there's kind of a
True.
part of me that just wants to
What
have
an
a
odd
car again
timeline.
and not be driving around in a political flashpoint everywhere I go. Plus, I am somebody who has talked about EVs here on YouTube for over 10 years now, and I've only driven one EV, so it would be nice to have a different brand so I could, compare and contrast and report that back to you guys. Content, baby! So all of that is true. But yeah, there is a political component to this. I would be lying if I said there wasn't. No, I don't agree with the direction that Elon has taken lately. No, I don't align with his behavior, and I don't want people to think I do. Like, Trump tweeted recently that people are illegally boycotting Tesla right now, which, I'm sorry, that's just an absurd statement. Granted, in France, they're burning down Tesla dealerships, which is probably illegal.
Yeah, the batteries are dumb and that's
That's
unsolvable, but
probably
if plugging in your
But yeah,
vehicle
when I
wasn't a
bought this
burden,
car, it was
the
because it
battery
was a car
problem
that
would
fit
be a
my needs, but
non-issue.
it was also because I aligned with the company's mission, accelerating the
Yeah,
transition
that's
to
true.
sustainable energy. That was their motto. I was all about that. And now it's associated with a movement that I don't align with. So yeah, I'm moving on.
But I think one of the biggest problems with the infrastructure is
And
you
that's
build
not
the
a
infrastructure and then the
boycott, okay? That's
infrastructure
just the
advances
free
and then you have to
market. That's how the
rebuild
free market
everything.
works.
So I think
I love how these
waiting
guys
for
are always so
waiting for a
pro
time when
free market,
the
they take
technology is like
it's
at its
soothing
peak
to
where
see.
it's like
So I know a lot of you
it's not
probably
gonna
don't
really
like what I
get
just
bad.
said,
Like
but there's
it's
also some
it's
people
hit a
on the left
hard
that are probably
cap,
gonna
right?
excoriate
Like it
me
hasn't even hit a
for not
soft
getting rid of
cap
it
yet.
sooner, for waiting
So it's
on
like if you're gonna
for however
like
long it's
fill
gonna
the
be,
entire
I don't
country
know
with
what
charging
to say,
stations that
you
haven't
know.
even hit a soft cap
I'm
on
not
the
paying
advancement of
anything Tesla anymore.
technology,
I paid off that car
I think you're
long
just wasting
ago.
a shit ton of money.
And I'm not really in a rush to have a car payment again. And I do still like the car.
But that's from a
like,
practical
this is
standpoint,
another
right?
thing that's kind of shifted a bit since I started getting this car. There have always been people who just kind of like hated on Elon and hated on Tesla and said that they were, disasters and they
Petrol and
exploded all
and
that
that's
stuff. And I
secure
have defended it
technology,
this whole
so it's
time,
kind of
and I
hard
will
to compete
continue
with.
defend it.
Yep.
Because I have had this car for 7
Very
years.
true.
I loved every minute of
But
it.
one day,
It is a great car.
we'll
And
get
look, if you
ZPMs.
align with the movement that
And we'll
is
have
now so
infinite
standard,
energy.
Have at it. Go get
Drawing
one.
from the
Great car.
vacuum of
But
space.
to end this on a positive note, I will say, like, it's really cool that the EV market has matured to the point that there are options out there. Like, when I first got this car, it really was kind of the only option I had, again, in the price range that I could afford and to give me the range that I needed. But now there's tons of options, and for what it's worth, I do think that Tesla and Elon deserve credit for that. You know, hate him all you want, I do think he deserves credit for that. But seriously, hate him all you want. Zero Humor Singer asked, why are there no South Atlantic or Eastern South Pacific hurricanes? I've got a quick and easy answer for
The
you.
wind
They're
direction?
called cyclones. No, actually, apparently, the tropical storms that occur north of the equator are called hurricanes, and the ones south of the equator.
It's the direction that it
and
spins.
yes, they spin in different directions.
Yes.
North and south, just like toilets.
Yep.
The toilet thing is a myth, by the way. The cyclone thing is not.
The real
Cyclones
solution
are
is
the
public
world's
transport.
toilets.
You can't effectively scale fuel
So,
usage, but
apparently there
ridership is
are
massively
South Atlantic
scalable.
tropical cyclones, but they're
True.
much more
That's
infrequent.
why we built railroads across the entire country using slaves, or across the entire continent
Yeah, I mean, it says
using
right here on Wikipedia
slaves.
that they are unusual weather events that occur in the southern hemisphere. It says down here, very strong vertical wind shear in the troposphere is considered a deterrent, and that the water temperatures in the tropics of the southern Atlantic are cooler than those in the tropical North Atlantic. As we all know, the
The
warmer
difference in
temperatures
water
are
temperature and
storms.
air temperature is what causes the
But they do
storm.
happen. They're just very infrequent. Like here's a map of all of the subtropical cyclones that have occurred since 2004. But yeah, no, it's apparently just mostly a water temperature difference, and there's probably stronger high-level winds that occur south of the equator that just kind of like disrupt all that. Now, in the southeastern Pacific, which is basically west of South America, you're right. There are
Got a
no
few in New
big
Zealand,
tropical
but they're
storms
kind of
that occur
nothing
there.
burgers. Yeah.
And there's an interesting like map that I found here that I want to pull up to kind of illustrates it. So yeah, this is from a Reddit thread, and it basically has everything to do with the Andes Mountains. So the Andes Mountain Range is this like really high mountain range on the west side of South America. And what happens is the air comes this way from like Brazil and the Amazon and all that, and it's really wet. And it hits the Andes, it rises up, it condenses, and it falls as rain. So the east side of the Andes Mountains is a wet zone, whereas the other side over here on Chile.
Because the mountain breaks
What that also means
the.
is that this air that's passing over here, it condenses and falls, so it's a lot less. There's a lot less moisture in that air as it flows into
Yo, we
the
love the
Pacific.
rain shadow
And
effect.
So there's
Yeah.
just not much stuff to make storms out of. Now the interesting thing is down here the weather patterns shift. The prevailing winds shift to the other direction. So it's actually
Super
the
important
west
for making your
side
fantasy
of the
book
Andes that's
look
wet, and the east
maps
side that goes dry.
look convincing.
And there's
Yeah.
fewer cyclones way down south just because the water's much
Especially with how the mountain range is set in mine
so,
as
yeah,
well.
I mean, that's
How
an
it's
interesting
so,
question. I've never looked into this
like,
before. I'd never seen that map before, which I think is really
Prominent because it's
interesting.
literally
So,
continents
I
smashing
think
together,
that's- I
and
think
they're
that's the answer.
fake
That's the best
mountains,
answer
right?
I've heard.
So there's like the remnants of the
That's a good
old
question,
plus
yeah.
the new.
I've got one more question to get to, but first let me do a shout out and get Zoe to praise the people who have joined on Patreon and the members. Here we go. On Patreon, we got Spinda, appreciates the arts, Aaron Williams, Curtis Lee Ziedelhack, Jonathan Schaefer, Keaton Gradagut, Ernest Zemetris, yeah, Xenia N, PSP Geezer, Nick Parker and Izzy, Travis Scagliarni, and Rian Coetzi. And for members, we've got Heloisa Schmidt-Berg, B-Bax, Mudzink, Tallgrass Meander, Your Mom Gay, The Ram, Old Greg, Nicole Jacobson, Chase Hammond, Sarah S., Devin Heidecker, Abdullah, McFlyer Pie, Ellie S. Dreamer, Daylema, and Splashbox. Thank you guys so much for your support. If you would like to join them and get early access to videos, get a little thing by your name down in the comments if you're a member, or if you sign up at the solar system level on Patreon, you get to ask one of the questions that I talk about in these videos. So it's patreon.com/answerswithjoe, or just hit the join button down below to become a member. Alright, our final question goes to Natsar, who asked, do you have any news about thorium nuclear reactors and the progress to make public more open for nuclear energy? Yeah, cool. So yeah, I talked about thorium reactors a long time ago on the channel. Haven't really had an update in a long time, but it's an interesting topic. So thorium is, I don't know, it's kind of like nuclear fusion energy. It always seems to be 10 or 20 years away, but it has the added frustration that we totally have the technology to do it now. We're just not doing it.
Yup.
So if you're not up to speed on thorium energy, it's basically a type of breeder reactor. What is a breeder reactor? So most nuclear energy comes from fissile materials, usually uranium-235, and fissile material is something that can sustain a chain reaction. And it does this by absorbing a neutron. It takes in a neutron and then it splits and creates energy. The problem is that uranium-235 is only 0.7%
Yeah.
of uranium ore when it's dug out of the earth. The other
And it
is
can be like
uranium-238.
exchanged in and out.
So processing uranium, it's very expensive. Very
So like the
energy
fuel
intensive,
can
and it
stay
takes a lot of
as strong as
now,
it
there's
could
also
ever
something
be.
called fertile material, which is not fissile, but it can take on a neutron to be bred into fissile material. So, for example, uranium-238, which makes up the vast majority of uranium ore, that can be bred into plutonium-239, which is fissile. But plutonium isn't usually used in like fast water reactors for various reasons. One of them being that the nuclear waste that it creates when it's done is radioactive for like ever. Also, plutonium is used in nuclear weapons, so breeding it is kind of dangerous and probably violates some international treaties. But there is another fertile material that can be used in this way. And that's thorium. Specifically thorium-232, which can take on a neutron to become protactinium-233, which then decays down into uranium-233. And uranium-233 is fissile. And something that's great about thorium is there's like way more of it than uranium out there. There's like 3 or 4 times more thorium in the world than uranium. And thorium-232 isn't some small fraction of thorium ore. It is 100% of the thorium that's out there is breedable and usable. So yeah, a thorium breeder reactor is something that takes thorium, exposes it to something that's radioactive, blasts it, turns it into uranium-233, and then it uses that as fuel to create energy. I'm leaving a lot out, of course, but that's the main thing about thorium that people get so excited about. It's very abundant, it's a lot more efficient, and it doesn't create as bad nuclear waste when it's done. In fact, it actually can use nuclear waste to do the breeding, so it actually gives a purpose to the waste that otherwise would just have to be stored underground somewhere forever. So yeah, that's what people get excited about when it comes to thorium. In fact, I read in one of these articles that there's enough thorium in the United States to power the United States for 1,000 years. Now, there are a lot of
Damn.
reasons why thorium has never quite taken off. One of them is just that these reactors are super expensive to build, and there's still a lot of development that needs to be done.
Yep.
So somebody has to front the money for that, and that's always hard to come by. And there has been a
Especially
number
for
of
something
thorium
as
reactors
controversial
that
as
have been built
nuclear
over the years,
power.
experimental and demonstration projects and whatnot. But one that's never been done before is a thorium molten salt reactor. And
That's
these
the
are
one.
considered a lot more efficient,
That's
a lot
the
more
one.
safe, because instead of using water to cool down the rods, the uranium rods, it actually puts this in a liquid solution of molten salt, which can be kept at around 600 or 700 degrees Celsius. And there's what they call a freeze plug at the bottom of it. So there's no way that it can melt down. If things go wrong, it just kind of pours out the bottom and it just cools off. So this is something that's never been done, but literally in the last month or so your timing is good, China did announce that they're working on a thorium molten salt reactor. So some details from this IEEE Spectrum post.
Problem with this is it's fucking China. They'll fuck it up.
They're building it in the Gobi Desert, and it says here that this 10
China.
megawatt project managed by the Chinese Academy of Sciences Shanghai Institute of Applied Physics is scheduled to be operational by 2030, released by the Academy in October. This follows a 2 megawatt experimental version that they did in 2021. It says here, prior to China's pilot project, the last operating molten salt reactor was Oak Ridge National Laboratory's molten salt reactor experiment, which ran on uranium, not thorium, but it shut down in 1969. So it does say there's not a lot of details of it, but according to the Chinese Academy of Sciences Environmental Impact Report, it'll be 3 meters in height, 2.8 meters in diameter, so not huge. It'll operate at 700 degrees Celsius and have a thermal output of 60 megawatts, along with 10 megawatts of electricity. And this is pretty interesting. It says the element is a waste product of China's rare earth mining industry, which is huge, and harnessing it would provide a practically inexhaustible supply of fuel. Again, same reason. So it's not just that they're creating a thorium breeder reactor, it's that they're doing a molten salt reactor that's run on thorium, which has apparently never really been done at this scale before. There are some other projects in the works that are worth talking about. There's a company called Natura Resources working with Abilene Christian University right here in Texas. They're collaborating on a 1 megawatt liquid molten salt reactor after receiving permission. Kairos Power is working on a fluoride salt-cooled high-temperature reactor in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Said it'll use uranium-based tristructural isotropic particle fuel. Say that 10 times fast. And this is interesting. I'll talk about this in a second. They actually inked a deal with Google to provide a total of 500 megawatts by 2035 to power its data centers. But it goes on here to talk about all the different other places they're talking about, like Denmark, India, Japan, United Kingdom. There's a lot of people working on this, so it's a big deal that this project is moving forward. It'll provide some really interesting data and information so that we can, kind of perfect this technology, and maybe it could be an actual thing in the future. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier about the Google deal with Kairos Energy, it's an interesting time right now. Nuclear energy is kind of having a moment because tech companies are now needing more power for all the AI models that they're running these days. We thought that crypto and Bitcoin was consuming a lot of energy. Well, the LLMs are doing even more. So anyway, if you're considering a career change or you want to get in on a new boom, you might want to bone up on your science skills, which you can do with today's sponsor, Brilliant. You can start things off with their scientific thinking course.
All right,
which
well
helps
then
explain the
let's common AIW. True. I don't think I have him on here.
When the
Yeah, this one.
It looks like the hottest hot tub you could possibly have.
You don't want to jump in there.
No. What is the future of energy? What is the future of nuclear power? I've once again flown halfway across the world to try to find a possible answer to that question. In the unassuming building behind me, Copenhagen Atomics, who thinks that the solution to all of our problems might be molten salt, enough to power the world.
Copenhagen Atomics is a startup company that wants to bring a new technology to market. That new technology
hearing
is
Copenhagen pronounced that way.
Molten salt reactors. It's a type of nuclear reactors that has huge potential compared to classical nuclear reactors. The long-term goal for the company is to mass manufacture these reactors on assembly lines and make at least one reactor every day.
Mass producing nuclear reactors? One every single day? What are molten salt reactors? And how could they possibly scale like this? Most nuclear reactors in the world look like this. Fuel rods filled with uranium pellets placed in a certain orientation so that neutrons from fission events continue a chain reaction, producing heat. This reactor is suffused with water, which both keeps the fuel from getting too hot and helps keep the chain reaction going by slowing neutrons down to suitable speeds. Water that gets hot in the reactor is then moved past colder water in a separate loop, transferring heat by simple thermodynamics. This heat is used to make some of the water steam, and that steam is used to turn turbines, generating electricity. The end goal of so-called molten salt reactors is the same. Make hot stuff that heats up gas to turn turbines. It's inside the reactor where the goals diverge. There are still control rods, but instead of fuel rods filled with uranium pellets, you have liquid uranium fuel dissolved in a molten salt. This circulating salt carries on a chain reaction that produces heat, again like a regular reactor, but because the fuel is a liquid, it can be moved in and out of the reactor. Surrounding all of this is another layer of radioactive liquid that actually turns into more uranium fuel as it's exposed to neutrons from the core. But we'll get to that later. Today's episode is sponsored by Radiocode. Gamers, I'm award-winning science educator and Nuke Hemsworth, Kyle Hill. As of the filming of this video, I am one of the only people in the world to be fortunate enough to explore the 3 major nuclear disaster sites. The equipment that I've brought with me to each of those sites? The sponsor of today's video, Radiocode. Radiocode makes pocket-sized radiation detectors and spectrometers, engineered specifically for science enthusiasts like you and me. Each Radiocode has an isotope identifier, spectrum analyzer, can overlay radiation rates on Google Maps, provides energy and temperature compensated dose rates and spectrums, has a food contamination testing mode, and has a mobile and PC app with awesome features like spectrograms, search, events lists, and more. One of my new favorite things to do is track how radiation increases depending on elevation. So I bring my Radiocode on every flight I take to watch background radiation rates increase by tens to hundreds of times. It really helps put some of the topics we talk about here in proper context. And if you're watching this video, you're probably the kind of person Radiocode makes these sleek devices for. Go to the link in the description and the comments, use my code Kyle to get 10% off and support our nerdy work here. So why don't you get yourself a Radiocode and be ready to cesium the day? As you can see, molten salt reactors are more complicated, but with that added complexity comes added benefits. Because the liquid uranium fuel is mobile, it can be cleaned outside of the reactor, cleaned of the fission products that normally accumulate in the fuel of traditional reactors. This means that the fuel in a molten salt reactor can be used until most of the fissile material is used up, dramatically extending the life of the fuel. And by surrounding the reactor with transmutable material, a molten salt reactor could also, in theory, generate more fuel than it uses, again, increasing efficiency. You might be wondering, why molten salt and not regular water? It sounds a lot harder to work with. Well, it is, but don't let the language here fool you. Molten salt is a lot more like water than you think.
So first of all, when you dissolve your nuclear fuel in the salt, it's a little bit like putting salt in water. When you put the salt in there, salt water, you can't see the salt in there. It's the same if you dissolve uranium or thorium in a salt. It's also, you can't see it, it's just part of the, now it's not water, it's called salt, but...
That was really surprising to me. I had thought that molten salt was going to be this hot, viscous liquid like lava, but it's not. And that's the whole reason this design works.
So the purpose of this test or demo is to show the sort of the viscosity of the molten salt. This is a sodium chloride.
Table salt.
Table salt. Yeah, and there's like 30 liters or something in there. And we will stir around it a little bit to see the viscosity and see the color. I think right now it's at 850 degrees Celsius, so I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit.
Yeah, so I think going into this, if I was to think
Talking
what
to an
molten
American
salt would look like and be like, I think a lot of people would think maybe it's, myself included, more of like a slushy, like a slurry.
Slush.
Yeah, but I think what people don't know and what makes this technology really work is that at this temperature, molten salt, the viscosity is like water, so you can actually pump it around like water, and it's not this grainy, kind of sandy kind of mixture.
Yeah.
Well, let's see it for ourselves.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Whoa. Whoa.
So now it's the time to bend back slightly. See, there's a crust on the top.
Yeah.
Already from the...
But there's almost no resistance. It is like water.
Yeah, it's like water. You see, it sticks onto the pin because the pin is...
Oh, yeah.
It's cold. So it freezes instantly when it touches.
That's like... It looks like deceptively dangerous, right? It looks like the hottest hot tub you could possibly have.
You don't want to jump in there.
No. Wow, that is fast. I would have bet money that it was more like lava when you're stirring it, but I would have never expected that.
Molten salt reactors are designed to work at much higher temperatures than typical nuclear reactors. This allows for the liquefaction of salts, which again, unlike regular reactors, can both be the coolant and the fuel. So instead of a pressurized water reactor that keeps its fuel in one place, where it builds up fission products and becomes less efficient over time, a molten salt reactor is constantly circulating fuel around the reactor, removing fission products as it does so. This is the key feature that could change the nuclear economy.
Uranium-233 doesn't exist in nature. It must be made inside nuclear reactors, and then it's consumed right away in that process and converted into energy. But that process from thorium to uranium-233 in thermal spectrum is really efficient. So it's an opportunity to get nuclear energy at much lower cost.
And working at the melting point of salts, these reactors can get better thermodynamic efficiency. A lot better.
So the reason why we want to put the fuel in the salt is because that allows us to remove the fission product, which is the sort of the exhaust from the energy creation process. And those fission products are very radioactive, and if you can remove those from the salt, you can get much better fuel economy. That means your reactor will be smaller, and the price of the energy will be lower. So that's sort of the core idea behind having molten salts.
I've said before that nuclear power seems complicated, but at the end of the day, It's just spicy rocks making steam. Molten salt reactors are more complicated, but in theory, they can share a similar simplicity.
There's some physics, but it's really not a lot because most of this was like figured out in the 40s and 50s. So it's like.
So I love how
most
old
it's
this
applied
technology
science,
is. We just don't use
and,
it.
I would usually call it like red hot plumbing, because it's just the pipes and pumps and yeah, a little bit of a special sauce from the nuclear material, but in the end, it's just plumbing.
The key to Copenhagen Atomics reactors, the whole reason why I flew to Denmark, is the kind of molten salt that they're using. It's based on an element named after the Norse god of thunder, the element I'm asked about when it comes to nuclear reactors more than any other: thorium. Thorium is a naturally occurring, slightly radioactive metal discovered in 1828 by the Swedish chemist Jöns Jakob Berzelius. It was discovered to be radioactive decades later, in 1898 by Carl Schmidt, and in 1899 by Marie Curie.
Oof.
In fact, it was the
That
second
was a rough
radioactive
one.
element ever discovered, after uranium, in 1896. Thorium has
Famed
an
Marvel
incredibly long
character.
half-life
Yeah.
of 14 billion years, roughly the age of the observable universe, and so is only weakly radioactive via alpha radiation. It's not very radioactive, and it's not fissile, or splittable like uranium-235
Dual
is.
half-life mentioned.
So why have scientists looked to thorium as a potential power source since the 60s?
Kyle is a gamer,
the only
after
natural
all.
isotope of thorium, thorium-232, isn't fissile or able to continue on nuclear chain reactions, but it can be made to be. Physicists figured out that if you could cram an extra neutron into the nucleus of thorium-232, it would become thorium-233, and then decay twice by firing off electrons. The first stop on the decay chain is protactinium-233, and then uranium-233. Uranium-233 is fissile, and can in theory be used in nuclear reactors just like uranium-235 or plutonium-239. And if you build the reactor in the right way, with more of this so-called fertile thorium-232 around, the neutrons that fly out after the fission of uranium-233 can start this chain all over again. If only alchemists of old could see what we can do today. If this all sounds a lot more complicated than simply enriching uranium and putting it in a reactor...
I just had a thought about that. Is that technically perpetual motion? An infinite chain reaction?
It is, but thorium as a power source has huge potential benefits. First of all, it's significantly...
The idea of a continuous sustained reaction like that, where the end product reignites the beginning product, would that be considered perpetual motion? No, look on the right side of the diagram. The electrons shooting out? I'm just thinking, like, is that really the only thing that, like, doesn't align? I don't know what the wording is there. Because if you think of, like, a perpetual motion machine in an arc, it's always gaining and losing the same amount of energy, right? So isn't that the same thing? Even if it is shedding material? it's still the idea of a perpetual motion machine where it is, once it's started, it doesn't stop unless the process itself is influenced by an outside factor. Because potentially, like not realistically, but potentially, the same neutron that activated the chain reaction could be the same neutron that's shot out at the end that restarts. It's losing material, so it'll cease once enough material has been lost that it cannot continue. But, like, what's the scale of that? Would that be like, oh, well, after 150,000 years, it's no longer perpetual motion? Is it just because it's just, like, so minuscule in the differential that eventually it would stop? But on a practical level, it pretty much is set. But I understand where you're coming from.
Fly out after the fission of uranium-233 can start this chain all over again. If only alchemists...
Losing material is the process by which it generates energy. Those electrons rejoining it would cost energy, not generate it.
Simply enriching uranium and putting it in a reactor. It is, but thorium as a power source has huge potential benefits. First of all, it's significantly more abundant in Earth's crust. It's one of the most abundant heavy elements, almost as abundant as lead. In fact, thorium is so abundant that its radioactive decay is the largest single contributor to the Earth's internal heat. Even if it wasn't as common as it is, thorium can also make more fissile fuel. This ability, in nuclear circles, shown in the decay chain we just went through, is called breeding.
What is breeding technically?
It's where you produce more fuel than you consume, so that can seem sort of counterintuitive. But it comes from the fact that you need one neutron to drive the chain reaction, but every fission event gives you a bit more than 2 neutrons. So you basically have more than 1 neutron spare that you can utilize, and then in our case we utilize that extra neutron to make new fuel.
And that fuel then goes on to...
Make new fuel, yeah. When you get to that point where you produce just as much fuel as you need, and then you can go a few percent beyond that, and then you're in like the realm of compounding interest.
If you can make a thorium reactor work, it will both be generating energy and making its own fuel, so the design has obvious economic advantages too.
In molten salt reactors, you can get to a very special situation where you can make a breeder reactor in what is called thermal spectrum. That's some jargon for nuclear engineering saying that you slow down the neutrons. That means that you can make the reactor smaller, you need less fuel. That's something about the nuclear engineering. But in general, the reactor becomes really efficient when you can use slow neutrons or thermal neutrons.
Recall that thorium reactors don't have static fuel. It's molten, it's circulating. So not only can it be efficient in that it creates its own fuel, by design, a molten salt reactor has the ability to actively remove the fission products that build up in typical reactor fuel bundles, increasing the efficiency of the fuel itself.
In classical reactors, the fuel needs to be replaced every 2 years because it sort of runs out because it's full of fission products. But in our case, we can use the fuel for 100 years because we can remove the fission products from the fuel while we're running. So it's completely different, right? Our fuel lasts for a long time, but our metal components only last for 5 years. It's completely the opposite for their reactors.
By actively removing the pollutants that shorten the working life of fuel in other reactors, thorium molten salt reactors would
see, China to launch world's first thorium molten salt reactor station in 2025.
China,
which
the only country that is reportedly poised
about.
to commercialize molten salt reactors, estimates that the hazardous waste production with thorium will be 1,000 times less than with uranium, eliminating the need for large-scale and/or long-term storage. The radioactivity of this waste would drop to safe levels in just a few hundred years, instead of many thousands. Another potential benefit. If China is successful, they are in an incredible position to capitalize on thorium technology. Used optimally, 1 ton of thorium might produce as much energy as 200 tons of uranium, or 3.5 million tons of coal.
That's insane.
International experts also estimate, China doesn't disclose these things, that China has one of the largest thorium reserves in the world, enough to generate the entire nation's energy needs for the next 20,000 years. A potential thorium dynasty, if you will. If a thorium molten salt reactor could in theory be smaller, more efficient, cheaper, easier to mass produce, produces its own fuel, produces less nuclear waste, and is harder to weaponize because of the fuel that it uses, why isn't there a single operating commercial reactor of this kind in the world? That's a good question. A question that people have been asking for 60 years now. A question for part 2. Until next time.
How dare you, Kyle? Those energy predictions likely don't count for how a surplus of energy would affect energy consumption rates. Yeah.
In the summer of 2024, I traveled to Copenhagen, Denmark to visit Copenhagen Atomics, a startup company aiming to revolutionize the nuclear industry by mass-producing thorium-powered molten salt reactors. In part 1, we explored the specifics of this technology and the promise of thorium. Here in part 2, we will dive deeper into the challenges of bringing a new nuclear reactor to market. But first, a quick refresher.
When you hear the term molten salt reactor, you might be thinking of molten table salt. Well, they're not using table salt here, but it's actually pretty close to the truth. You see, chemically speaking, a salt is just any metal bonded to another element through chemical processes. NaCl is table salt. This will eventually be a salt of uranium or a salt of thorium. This isn't actually thorium, or else I'd be getting irradiated, but this is a stand-in to show people what it would look like. It's kind of like table salt, except it's a lot finer and a lot more pure. Now, when this becomes molten, there are specific advantages. Principal among them, you can work with molten salt at a much higher temperature than you can work with water at. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. You can work with molten salt at 700 degrees Celsius. And it just happens to be thermodynamically true that at a higher temperature, you get better power efficiency.
There's been a renewed interest in molten salt reactors all around the world, from Idaho to China, but the technology is much older than this interest implies. And, at least according to Copenhagen Atomics, the reason why there isn't a single commercial thorium reactor is more personal than professional.
You might know that there was an experimental reactor back in the 60s, 1965 to 1969, in the US at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And that was designed by a guy called Alvin Weinberg. Alvin Weinberg was one of the most important or most influential people in the nuclear industry. He ran something called the Oak Ridge Reactor School, where almost all reactor ideas or concepts that has ever been invented, they were discussed in that reactor school. He was also part of making the very first reactor for the submarine Nautilus really early on. So he was part of designing the very first light water reactors. And it made a lot of sense to put a light water reactor in a submarine. But then later on, they just scaled it up and used it for energy production on land. But he already said back in the 1950s that this was a bad idea. There was other reactor designs that was better. And one of his favorite reactor designs was this molten salt reactor. And then finally he got money to build one and test it in the 1960s. But unfortunately, in the end, he was fired because he disagreed with the people in Washington about how the budgets should be used and so on. And that's very unfortunate, because then that whole research on molten salt reactors was stopped. And then
I love how
many
politics
years, there was very little
fucks
research.
so much science.
And it was not until 2006 or something like that that there was people starting looking at it again, and who really liked this idea and say, why did we stop in the 60s? Why didn't we continue this research? Because it's clear when you look at the physics and the engineering, there's some great opportunities here. There's a possibility of having better reactors and lower cost and safer systems, and something that can be mass manufactured.
While Dr. Weinberg may have figured out everything theoretically, there's still a lot of work to be done practically, even decades later. Copenhagen Atomics is hard at work on the private side, and countries like China are building MSRs on the public side.
Back,
but
bro.
to date,
Welcome back, Valiant
no
boy.
one has solved the so-called
Ooh, you went to the
technology
dentist?
gaps
Fuck.
that make molten salt reactors, thorium or otherwise, so appealing in the first place. No one has built a working molten breeder, which produces more fuel than it uses. No one has made the inline fuel reprocessor, which removes the fission products from the liquid fuel during operation, extending the fuel's life and reducing nuclear waste.
No cavities,
according to a 2015
good sir.
report by Energy Process Developments Limited, the first step in bringing MSRs to market is to have reactors that do not
She was
breed new
happy.
fuel, that do
Nice.
not require inline fuel reprocessing, and use the well-established enriched uranium fuel cycle instead of something like thorium. This doesn't mean that the technology is dead, just that companies
I had
like
teeth,
Copenhagen
bro,
Atomics
at
and
PATH.
countries like China are aiming to prove the easier stuff first. To its credit, Copenhagen Atomics does seem ahead of the curve on thorium. They began this project over a decade ago and are one of the few private companies that have actually solved some of the design challenges in metal, not paper.
Copenhagen Atomics was started 10 years ago, and it was our opinion right from the beginning that we should make them fairly small so they can be mass manufactured.
Bro, that was a
we
fucking
scrambled a little bit in
destruction.
the beginning to get enough money, and we just started building things. And we knew right from the beginning we could not start day one to build a reactor. That's too difficult. So we built sort of all the subsystems with molten salt, because there's a whole technology step in order to get the molten salt technology to be advanced enough to handle that. We did that, and now we've been doing that for almost 10 years, and we're the only company so far that have built full-scale reactor prototypes for molten salt, and we're testing them every day. To make a molten salt reactor work, the only moving part or the only rotating part inside the reactor is the pump. It's not super easy to make a pump that can run in this environment with very high radiation, both gamma and neutron radiation, very high temperature, 600 to 700 degrees, and also these salts that are corrosive, and they will corrode most metals and most materials. When we started 10 years ago, there was nowhere, anywhere in the world that you could buy a pump for fluoride salts at high temperature. And now there are sort of 3 or 4 companies trying to make pumps. We are one of them. We have made a unique design where the motor, the electrical motor of the pump, can run at 700 degrees. So basically it's glowing red hot while it's running. This has never been done before, at least as far as we can find out. And we are succeeding. We are ahead of the others right now.
Not everything is solved, though. Since molten radioactive salts are still salts, corrosion is one of the biggest obstacles for all of this red-hot plumbing.
If you have lived near an ocean, you know that salt can be highly, highly corrosive. So you can imagine if you're working with 700-degree molten salt, that can corrode everything that you're working with. Pipes, pumps, all of that. It has hindered a lot of molten salt technology. Here's an example. If you have just a normal sample of stainless steel, it hasn't been touched by any of this hot salt yet. This is what happens after it has been worked over by the hot salt. As you can see, if you want to run a nuclear reactor for any amount of time, you have to solve this problem. What's really exciting about Copenhagen Atomics is that applying their processes, it looks like they may have done just that.
There's, of course, making a pump work and making it work for many years without service, because it's nearly impossible to make service inside this highly radioactive environment. The next problem is to handle the corrosion. Back in the 1960s, when they run the molten salt reactor experiment, they used a material called Hastelloy N, which is a nickel-based alloy, and it's a little bit more resistant to corrosion.
Hello friends, I came across your streaming. You have an amazing channel. I can engage your channel more than 1,000 followers, 100 views, and getting people subs to your channel and get verified so you can start earning $30 per hour. Contact me on Discord for more.
In all those years, he had a group working on corrosion and molten salts, and we're really proud to sort of stand on their shoulders and build on the stuff they did, and that meant that really early on, Copenhagen Atomics
I'll do that if you could tell me what AWOL means.
Impressive results with removing some of the corrosive problems from the salt so that we can use materials of lower cost, for example, stainless steel. And of course, you can imagine if you can build the whole reactor out of materials that are 50 times less expensive, that is important. And this allows us to design reactors with less expensive materials, and therefore also we can get energy price down and we can mass manufacture it more easily.
Those difficulties aside, the inherent sort of additional difficulties with molten salt reactors are like the high temperature. So there's not really an industry that provides the components. If you were to build another reactor at a much lower temperature, you could source many of the components. So that's sort of an additional hurdle that you have to overcome. But that has also been part of the moat of why it hasn't been done before, I think. So you have to get the funding to go through that initial development to sort of reach the other side.
10 years worth of work on red-hot pumps, corrosive salts, and radioactive liquid has apparently paid off in a big way. Copenhagen Atomics is one of the few places in the world with a working prototype of their technology.
Decades-old designs, engineering challenges, and physics all culminates in this, one of the very few working prototypes of a molten salt reactor in the world. Right now, it's running just water through it to prove all of its gizmos and gadgets. But in the near future, hopefully, Copenhagen Atomics will have molten salt of thorium and uranium coursing through its stainless steel veins. Inside, you have multiple shells separating heavy water, thorium, and uranium that creates this sustained fission reaction. The advantage of having all of this in molten form is that you can constantly circulate nuclear fuel in and out, and you can take out all the fission products as they're being generated. This allows for a much more energy-dense operation than your typical light water reactor, and it would also generate less nuclear waste. This bad boy can fit so much thorium in it.
Hey, I was with Essentia. Nice Valium boy.
Like that.
She's great.
Copenhagen Atomics claims to be one of the only companies with working prototypes for many systems. But to be clear, they haven't actually gotten their hands on any thorium yet. That requires applications and licenses and partners, and that's what comes next.
Some of the next big milestones is we've had in applications for
the youngest grandma I ever seen
and uranium at this site, and started to do not start a reactor, but just using those salts and manufacturing these salts. A little bit further down the road, we want to start the first
years
reactor,
on France,
and we've made an agreement in Switzerland where we can test the first reactor, and that's going to be in 2026 and 27. So it's really important for us to
my
to
whole
get that
existence
up and running
with
and show
4
that
years
it actually works like we say it does. After that, of course, we have to move forward and start doing commercial deployment, and that's again a question, you know, what are the best countries for deploying these new type of reactors? And we've already noticed through these last 5 years that it's being allowed to deploy a new type of nuclear technology is not straightforward, especially not in some countries. In some countries, I would say it's almost impossible. But of course, there are almost 200 countries, so I'm pretty sure there will be a handful that will be very willing to test this new technology as the first ones.
I would say that we've reduced maybe more than half the risk, but the amount of work, we're still a lot of work to be done. We also expect the team to grow and the industry to grow. We're planning to do a test reactor to sort of de-risk the technology without going to a commercial stage where there's like a lot higher stakes of being able to deliver energy at a cost-effective point on a startup funding budget, as opposed to a like nation-state budget.
A government program this is not, and it can't be. Denmark isn't nuclear. In 1985, the Danish parliament passed a resolution that no nuclear power plants would be built in the country. But Copenhagen Atomics wants to move on thorium reactors right now, at scale, everywhere. So they're getting creative.
Yeah, let's think big, right? So, of course, we know today that the total world uses 20 terawatt hours worth of energy, and 80% of that comes from coal, oil, and gas. And there's a little bit, 1% from wind and 1% from solar, and some from hydro, and almost 5% from nuclear energy. And sort of, we should think forward the rest of our lives. How do we want that pie to look in 2050 and 2070 and so on. In 2100, I believe that half of all energy that humans consume will come from thorium energy. And the reason I believe that is because price is king, as they say, and I think thorium energy can provide energy at a much lower price than any other energy technology. I think it will become the most important energy technology of this century.
The end goal of all of this work, the true promise of thorium, at least according to Copenhagen Atomics, is something like what you see behind me. Maybe 24 nuclear reactors using molten salt to provide clean, safe energy, and a gigawatt of it, all in the space of maybe a Walmart or two. The enthusiasm at a startup like this is palpable. The idea of bringing an old technology into a new era has brought a lot of people together. Everywhere you look, intelligent, skilled, young scientists, engineers, and technicians.
I studied theoretical physics and sort of didn't see any exciting avenues to sort of go in that industry. It seems like all the cool stuff was done back in the 40s and 50s. And I sort of stumbled upon molten salt reactors and saw like that is a really cool technology that it doesn't seem like enough people are like working on solving that. So that's how I got interested in like, oh, this is actually like a field where you can, as an individual, have a significant impact.
I think our average age is just below 30. I think it has to do with that it's new technology and it's exciting, it's changing the world, it's part of the green transition or revolution. I think a lot of the technology itself, even if it's not nuclear, the materials, the systems, the technology here is very exciting to work with that and try to solve some of the problems we're solving here.
Like if you want to be part of something that can change the world, that is usually appealing to young risk-taking and like maker-type go-do-it-yourself individuals. So that's naturally what people who graduate get attracted to our project and the people we end up hiring.
If you look at human history for the last, I don't know, 500 years or 200 years, you see how the changes that were made usually came from young people who had sort of this, we want to make some change, we want to make a dent in the world. But I think we have a huge opportunity in the market that nobody else went for molten salt reactors and thorium. And I think that technology has a huge potential. The most dangerous energy technology we have is coal-fired power plants. And it's expected that it kills roughly 1 million people every year. So, you know, since we started having nuclear energy 70 years ago. So there's a quick calculation, that's 70 million people. That is more people than died in the Second World War. And it's like we're not even allowed to discuss it.
We need like much more than double the amount of nuclear reactors.
True.
Like today,
True,
nuclear
brother.
provides 5% of global energy. I think it's realistic to see that to 50% within like my lifetime.
Will our future really be powered by thorium? Is this element actually worthy? For their part, Copenhagen Atomics has made significant strides in areas that no one else has in 60 years. Whatever the future of nuclear power may be, it seems like it's bright, and I wish them all the best. Until next time.
Hell yeah, brother. We have 3 now, right? No, we only have 2. Tempered. Ooh, tempered Rathalos. That's tier 6. Chemetris. Balahara. You could do a Chemitress. Oh, I need to eat. Oof. I did not expect that to kill me. The chicken had its way with me. Jesus, it barely even touched me. Oh, we fucking killed it. Holy shit. That was insane. Nice, Wyvern Gem.
これは情報の塊ですね。調査を続けましょう。報告書のまとめは私
Nice, Hunter rank 50. Three. Need two more. Shit ton of honey.
火走りのサイズのお裾分けだそうです。 では
Oh shit, he's dead. Nice, nice. Which means we should do one more, and then we can make the ultimate glaive. I think we're gonna call it here though. 5 hours is good, right guys? We can do more tomorrow. Oh, we had a good night though. Thanks for watching, guys. And as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, let's find someone to write. Boys, who we writing today? Who we writing today? Okay, who we rating on Kick? Well, we know who we going to. We're going to the sexy lady.